All right. Let's make sure everything is good here settings wise. Scheduled 6. Okay, perfect. All right. I don't know how many people are here yet. It hasn't updated, but make sure you hit the like button. As soon as you get in here, it does help out the channel. Helps out with the live streams and conversation and more people getting here, so we can have a further conversation. Um, Automatically generate a vertical cropped version of the for the shorts feed. Why would I do? Oh, that's cool. But I can't click it. I'll have to explore that a little bit more. Maybe I'll type it in dual stream. Dual stream YouTube. So you just get a sense of kind of what it is and how you do it. So I'll leave that there. If you're on X, make sure you guys, hit the like button as well. Let me know what's going on in your world of cryptocurrency on Twitch as well. I appreciate you guys for watching. Um, but yeah, we're seeing some movement in the markets today and yesterday. Honestly, since the beginning of the year, we started seeing, this positivity, which has been fantastic, right? Um, Anytime I see any type of positivity or long-standing positivity, I'm hyped for what's next. So we got 25 people here, so hit that like button. Get me up to the same amount of likes as concurrent viewers as we have. But before we dive into the comment section and see what people are saying, let's go through where the market is right now. So currently, the crypto market is sitting at a $3.2 trillion market cap. We're seeing fear and greed index is neutral. It's at 49. Um, Bitcoin is, or sorry, altcoin season is at 27. So we're not seeing an overstatement, I guess, of the movement that we're seeing in altcoins. A lot of times we see coin market cap, no offense, push it further where it's like it's altcoin season, even though it really only has moved by about 100 or 200 billion dollars. It does, in fact, though, say it is overbought at 63 on the average RSI, which I feel like is definitely overstated there. But that's whatever calculation, whatever algorithm, whatever they have to break that down. And that is the average RSI. So maybe they're looking at some of the higher tiered ones, or not higher tier, but larger growth ones, things that are moving by 80%, which we have seen some things that are moving by 80% in the market. The good thing is, the thing we talked about yesterday, Coin Market Cap 20 Index DTF is up to a $200 price point, still at about a $6.6 million market cap. So you have a lot of room that you can actually grow for this, even though it's moved by about $4 or $5. It really hasn't moved a lot in the market cap side of things. We know that with the amount of supply that they have, that can swing definitely wildly, but it is up by 6.4% or 8.5% for the last 7 days. Now, what we expect to see is for a DTF or ETF is more consistency, right? So while some other things may swing, 10%, it's looking at kind of the broader market, and it may swing whatever the market is moving. So if the market is moving 1.3%, this should be around the 1.3% level. So that's what we are seeing for Coin Market Cap 20 Index DTF. I do have 9 of that, and I expect to see some major movement. However, um, it could be the case where we don't actually see a lot of major movement, right? It's at such a low market cap because you don't have, I guess, as many people that are like, I'm going to go ahead and buy that. I'm going to go ahead and hold that. Eventually, I think we will, but we'll see. Bitcoin is up by about 1% today. I saw an article saying an analyst or of some sort is saying that this is going to get to $100,000 in a matter of hours, not a matter of days, really. Um, but it's at a 1% gain for 24 hours, 6.6% gain for 7 days. Ethereum is up by 2% today and 8.8% for the last 7 days. You're going to see that XRP is up by 10 or 11% for the last 24 hours. So it's definitely been making some huge moves. I know some people in comment sections are like, oh, it's only 10% or it's only 20%. That's how you start, right? You can't just be like, oh, everything's up 500%. That's not how things work. So 11% for 24 hours. It's up by 27% for the last 7 days. So it's definitely been moving and separating itself from BNB, really pushing up further and further, getting closer and closer to, Ethereum. At a $143 billion market cap with $7.8 billion worth of volume. We'll go into that a little bit more. BNB is up by 1% in the last 24 hours, 7% for the last 7 days, 11% for Solana up to a $138 price point. Tron is up by 2% for the last 7 days, slightly down today, which is interesting. Dogecoin 15 cents right now, comfortable level, a $25 billion market cap. Cardano, 5% up, 18% for the last 7 days, above the 40-cent level, currently at 42 cents. Chainlink closing in on that $14 to $15 range, which is a 2.66% for the last 24 hours, and 11% for the last 7 days, also around that 9 or $10 billion market cap. If we look at some of the largest movers for the last 24 hours, we're going to see Render is up by 20%, SUI is up by 16%. That's closing in on the $2 mark. Lighter or Lit is up by 14%. XRP is 11%. IOTA, am I saying that right? Is up by 11%. You have two. I'm trying to look at all the different information for that. $474 million worth of, or market cap, $29 million worth of volume, 4.2 billion coins. I don't know if that's it looks like that may be the total supply that is there. Yeah. So pretty close to that total supply. Never heard of it, honestly. And maybe because most people will look at the things that are in the top 100 and not really branch outside the top 100. So probably just entered the top 100, meaning that I should probably spend more time outside the top 100. Guys, we have 69 people that are here. If you guys can hit that like button, I was waiting for it to get to 6-7. It wasn't at 6-7. It's that it just jumped to 69. But we got 68 people that are here, 18 likes. If you guys can hit that like button, I would greatly appreciate it. It does help out. Let's see. I don't know why I do that. Since I was so used to typing titles, every word becomes a capital, which it shouldn't. The only thing that should be capital, first letter, and when I type like. Okay, perfect. So hit that like button, get me up to about 40 likes. That would be amazing. I always get to hit the like button until you say something. I always forget to hit the like button until you say something. Okay, well, thank you. I'm glad that it's working to hit the like button. So I appreciate it. But let's continue with this. So IOTA again is up by 33% for the last 7 days. Pump Fund, 10.5%. Maple Finance is up by 11%. Stacks is 10%. Immutable X 9%. Pudgy Penguins. You got a lot of green that's happening today. A ton. WorldCoin as well. Stellar. Tezos. I remember when Tezos was at $2, and now it's sitting at 57 cents. And I think it still has. I don't know what the percentage is to stake it, but it still has a decent staking percentage from what I understand. Cosmos up by 6%. Mantle 6%. Uh, Cardano 5.6%. Let's look at things that are moving heavily in the last 7 days. Again, Render is up top. Pepe, Virtuous Protocol, Floki, Bonk. You got some meme coins that are in there as well. Shiba Inu, again, XRP, kind of all leading the list. That's a lot of movement, a lot of green that's happening. Let's go to my watch list. Reason being is because we have some bigger movers in the last 24 hours outside, I guess, the top 100. We got Jasmcoin that's up by 27% today. So that's fantastic for a lot of people that are excited about Jasmcoin, or at least questioned whether Jasmcoin was going to experience any type of green movement. It's up 27% in the last 24 hours, 48% in the last 7 days. It's up to a 86% of a penny price point, which is fantastic. And I think Jasmcoin is going to be worth a lot more than people think. I want to have a conversation on that. Let me see. Let me put this in my list of videos. Let's just hope it stays there as I'm going to make the video, or grows a lot more. We got, so in other news, which is not crypto related, we got one more practice. 3rd and 4th grade girls, my daughter's team, got one more practice, and then we got our first game. People keep on asking us, are we ready? We're as ready as we're gonna be. I'm very excited, to see the girls play. It should be good. I'm gonna take I have a Pixelot AI camera that I'm going to set up so that obviously I can record Harper's games and put the footage out there so other families and other parents can see, what their child is doing and scoring and all that stuff. I'm excited. Lunic is pumping again. Let me check. So Terra Luna Classic is up by 6.5%, 23% for the last 7 days. So it's not a major pump, right? It's not something that we see like kind of at the top of the list. You could see Swiftcoin up by 29%. You can see Jasmcoin up by 27%. Even Grok, is up by 11%, which is great. 59% for the last 7 days, which is fantastic. I'll take that any day of the week. We can continue to see that push, continue to see those movements. But we got some meme coins, we got some utility coins that are moving, and we got some, kind of in between, right? It has utility, it has hype, it has popularity. So I just love seeing all this green. So let's see what people are saying in the chat. Let me know what's on your mind, what you're investing into today. Again, make sure you hit that like button. Also, let me put in the chat, if you guys want to check out my link for BTCC, feel free to do so. The link to that will be pinned to the chat, so feel free to check it out. If you specifically use my link, let me go ahead and click into it. If you specifically use my link, you will get an extra deposit bonus on your first time deposit. It's a 10% deposit bonus. You can have extra bonuses up to $10,055, 40% up to 40% lower trading fees. It's been around for 14 years, trusted by millions of people. And you have the ability to trade up to a 500x leverage. So definitely check it out. No VPN, no KYC that's required. Absolutely amazing of an exchange. It gives you the opportunity to leverage trade. It also gives you the opportunity to demo trade, right? I wanna go into this really quick and see this, and then we'll go into the chat. Let's see. So I'll go into make sure I am logged in. Not markets. We're just gonna go to assets, and we're gonna go to my wallet, and we'll see what's there. And then we're gonna go to market, and we're gonna go to BTCC, or yeah, there we go. And we're gonna see the different positions. So, if we look at where this is, I'm actually gonna take some profit on this, but currently, or maybe I can let it sit there and we can see how it functions, how it flows. With BTCC, you have multiple options to trade with. So you have this platform, which is the main platform. Then you also have the demo platform, which utilizes what words am I looking for? Kind of fake money in a way to trade on an active market. So I have a trade here for Ethereum that I've had for the longest time. It's up by 325%, $3,365 worth of a gain. And you can see here that I'm not necessarily making any real money. It's all fake money, but I'm utilizing $100,000 to trade with. But I'm not necessarily doing that because I don't have $100,000 that I'm trading on BTCC. I have about $500. So what I did was take $1,000, which is a reasonable amount, make a trade, and then I could profit from that and then make other trades if I wanted to. Now, I'm not really utilizing the demo platform because I'm also using live trading. So that's why right now I have a gain for Jasmcoin and for XRP. So XRP is at a 5x leverage. OKB is at a 3x leverage. Atom is at a 2x leverage. And you're going to see here Jasmcoin 10x leverage. I'm up by $755. So we're going to let that sit. We're going to let that be. And, see if we can make a good amount from that, which I feel like that's already a good amount. We could take our initial investment, maybe even a little bit of profit, and leave the rest that's in there. We could do that. But if we take profit at, let's see if I set up profit taking real quick. If I take profit somewhere around the 6 cent mark, not $6 mark, that would be insane. That would be a $1.6 million hit, which is crazy. 0.06. We're looking at $15,000 that we can gain off of $200 investment, right? But that really all depends, and that can be the profit that I wanted to take versus my actual Jasmcoin that's out there, where I have 1.4 million of that. Anyways, check out my link for BTCC if you guys are interested. It's a good platform. It really is. So, how's everybody doing today? Here, player. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Jasmine cheering me up this morning in the UK, having a cup of tea. I mean, yeah, it's looking good. Jasmcoin is up by 28%, 49% for the last 7 days. I'm definitely excited about that. I'm also didn't see that Grok was up by 59% for the last 7 days, but I'm excited, very, very excited about that. Book of Meme as well. Very, very good meme coin. Jasmine pumping, it definitely is. Go Trump. I don't want to make this political in any way. I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm not a political person, but I'm not something that's, I'm not one side or the other, right? I like great ideas. So I don't want to have to talk about, hey, go this person, go that person. Let's not make it political. Let's make it more about the crypto market, and let's focus on that. Now, if there's something that has happened, that's in the news, that Trump has done in order to kind of push crypto to another level or propel crypto to another level, then fine. But yeah, let's not make it political in any way. Jasmine is also up. I see it. Jasmine is up by a lot. Crypto to the moon. Yes, it looks like that. Writing this on the walls, boys. For what? Trump pulled off the world's most badass extraction operation in history, overly significantly lower fuel costs worldwide, lower. Okay. Um, always forget to hit the like button. I read that earlier. Let's get to $3 for what? XRP? Yeah, I mean, would love to get to that level. Kind of baby steps first. Get to 250, 275, $3. Hopefully surpass the all-time high and get to a $4 price point, $5 price point. That's what we want to see, right? What's going to be that major resistance point if we do or when we do? I would definitely say we're looking to resist at that $5 level. I know that we just resisted from the all-time high of $3.84. We were at $3.65. So the retracement was that resistance from that all-time high. So next step is to pass that all-time high, pass a level of $4. I think once it passes the all-time high, $4 is inevitable for it to pass. Then you have a resistance point, whether it's either I feel like a significant point is $4.50, which we've never been to, as well as $5 is going to be a decent, unless the market is continuing to thrive. If the market is continuing to thrive and continuing to push, you're not going to see that pullback at that level that we expected. Just like how Bitcoin was supposed to be the $100,000 mark was supposed to be a very, very firm resistance, and we were going to see that pull back, even though we've never explored that level ever in history. That was the level that everybody was like, this is the place where people are going to sell their Bitcoin. Well, boy, were they wrong, because not only did it get to 100,000, it jumped to 106, 107, 110, 120. Like, it really pushed further than that $100,000 barrier that people gave it. And I think it should go further than that. But when it comes to XRP, that $3 price point, I definitely want to see that. And I want to see it break the all-time high. Roshi with a knife, bro. I don't know what that is. New listing soon. If it's a new listing, I'm not really going to talk about it. Matt, SHIB is going to pump big this year. I don't disagree with you. I think it will. It's just whether it will have the same kind of push, because if you think about it, yes, we do have more people that are interested in, meme coins and trading meme coins. There's a lot that's on the table. There is a ton of meme coins, and definitely spread out. Now, while I'm not the only one that owns multiple meme coins, you do have ones that people are set on to see run, right? Whether it's, Grok, whether it's Book of Meme, whether it's Pepe, whether it's Shiba Inu or Dogecoin or Pudgy Penguins or whatever, right? There's a lot of meme coins that are out there. So I expect a lot of activity and a lot of movement. I just don't know. I really don't know if it's going to be as much as what we've seen in the past. That's what I kind of struggle with, because with the amount of meme coins, it really is spread. However, it is one of the OG meme coins, making me feel as though that is kind of the exception, right? Where Shiba Inu, Dogecoin, even Pepe, which Pepe is not really one of those ones that's OG, but it feels like it's OG. Those are ones that are going to skyrocket, that are going to move further and further. Higher levels, like multiple tens of billions of dollars, if not $100 billion, Excited for Luna Classic this year? I'm very excited for Luna. I'm very excited for everything that's in my portfolio. And these are the days that make you feel like you can't lose. You know what I mean? Now, if you have that feeling, I want to tell you to not just buy everything because you feel like you can't lose. But the positions that you have, it makes you feel great about it. Uh, because I can go down the list of what I own and I can say Jasmcoin up by 29%. I can say Algorand, it's up by 6.5%. I can say Terra Luna Classic, it's up by 7%. Right? So all of this movement, all of these things, so there's a lot of positivity. Now, there's maybe one or two that are in my portfolio that are still not experiencing some positivity. Ren is down by 2%, up by 11% for the last 7 days, but down by 2% for today. So you actually can lose. Ryoshi with a knife, Crow with a knife, brother. So okay, so I I like, man, it's a meme coin. I like meme coins. I just don't like to spend a ton of time talking about meme coins because I feel like meme coins have one goal, and that's to make the the buyer of it money. Really, that's not. It's not about like use. It's not about long-standing growth. It's about whatever the popularity window is for that, and being able to make money during that popularity window. That's what it seems like. Jasmine on the move. Where do you see it landing? Well, it depends how long um, this bullish stand lasts. But I'm looking for the ultimate price. Right, my first, I believe my first initial sell price is at a 10 cent price point. Um, and that may come via BTCC or it may happen with my 1.4 million Jasmine that I own. Um, which is great because I bought more Jasmine for that specific reason so that I can have more as we hit certain price targets. So if it gets to or when it gets to a 10 cent price point and I have 10,000 or sorry 100,000 or 200,000 that I want to sell and get $20,000, I will take that, right? But I still will have 1.2, technically a total of 1.3 because I have 100,000 that's sitting in my Forever wallet. Of 1.2 left on the table. So I expect to see Jasmine Coin approach those levels of 10 cents, 20 cents, and start really making its way up to that level of $1, which isn't a crazy market cap, right? Asking something that actually, does have utility, has a following, has popularity, to get to a $50 billion market cap, it's not a it's not a tall task, right? It's not a ridiculous ask at all. It is definitely doable. Guys, we have 97 people that are here. If you can hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. Get me up to 70, 80 likes, something like that. Let's see. Are you a H barbarian? Am I H barbarian? I have H bar. I'm not an what you call an H barbarian. I don't even know what that is. Where you own, I guess, a certain amount. Let me go to Coinbase is over here. So I have some H bar in my possession, but it's not a crazy amount. Uh, I would have bought more, but I didn't. So I currently own $986 worth of H bar. It's up by 4.5%, 4.6%. Um, I am up overall about 39% on what I invested. Maybe I should have invested more, but yeah, I didn't decide to throw a lot in there and it moved quite a bit. And then during this downturn where we see things falling, I don't think it fell crazy. Let's go 1 month. We see this downturn of 10 cents, it still isn't below my cost basis. So um, it's only 0.17% of my portfolio. So I wouldn't classify me as an H barbarian, but I have H bar. H bar quant pool is on Saucer Swap is lethal Why? What are you gaining something from it? Like heavy? Is Dash a good crypto? You know, when I first really started to buy cryptocurrency, Dash always came across my desk. Um, I feel as though it is. I feel as though it has a good amount of potential. Um, but like, I haven't looked at it in a while. I feel like there's a lot of other cryptocurrencies that I would see before this now. But I always thought it was a good position. I don't know what if it was the name, if it was the price that it was at, if it's the possibility of getting to some of these higher prices because it only has 12.5 million coins in circulation, which may sound like a lot, but it's not a lot compared to what we see now, which is billions and trillions of coins. But this is at a $568 million market cap. It's 88 on the list when it comes to market cap. It has about 300,000 watch lists that it's on and 100,000 followers on Coin Market Cap. Um, Volume about $100 million for the last 24 hours, which is a 17% volume to market cap ratio, showing that it does have popularity. So is Dash a good project just from that basis? Yeah, I mean, you can see that. Now we start to look into some of the other history, right? How has it moved in the last year? It is up by 4.58%. In all history, it's up by 21,000%. We saw this at a price point of $1,429. Now, with that being said, I would imagine you had a decent amount of supply that was out there, but this was at an $11 billion market cap, and if we multiply where we are by two, that gets us to a $1 billion market cap, $100 price point, right? So getting to a $10 billion market cap would then be a 10x to get to a $1,000 ish. So yeah, you had some dilution in there because it was at 1,500, 1,400. You had some dilution within there, but not a major amount. So you have a ton of room for growth with this position. It's not only a $500 million mark, but get to that $1 billion mark, multiple $1 billion mark. A lot of people say when you actually reach the peak of the bull run of altcoin season, that many altcoins will get to double or even triple their all-time high. That's what we typically see within these speculative markets and what we've seen in history for the crypto market. So if that's the case, we would expect Dash to maybe get to a $20 billion market cap so long as it is still relevant. But to get to a $20 billion market cap or even $30 billion market cap, giving it a multiple $1,000 price. So I wouldn't say that, um, or I would say that Dash has a decent amount of potential, right? Even without diving into how relevant is the use case and everything there. Because mainly for utility, yes, could have decent utility. For a lot of what we're looking for utility now is more about how we can find ways to utilize crypto in the economy, not necessarily just um, you know within a chain, if that makes sense. So utilizing XRP a lot more than you would utilize Ethereum. Utilize XRP a lot more than what you would utilize BNB. But they all have their own uses in their own ways, and Dash is no exception. So uh, it's available on S tier exchanges. You're always going to have that volume showing that it does have popularity, as well as OKX and many others, 134 different platforms. So yeah, I would say it has some decent potential. If it was if I had a choice and I saw this, I would be like, all right, with how much potential it has, it doesn't hurt to have a small percentage of my portfolio in Dash. Um, my portfolio is 100% XRP. 100% XRP. I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? If you believe in XRP, then it can be 100%. But you do want to diversify, right? Find plays that you believe in for the right reasons, whether it's the utility that they serve or have, or it's just the ability for growth and the potential for growth. Whatever that is, you want to have a diverse portfolio. Now, for me, I wanted to be a lot more diverse, but now I'm not as diverse because of how far XRP has grown. Um, so when XRP makes any type of move, it is a huge part of why my portfolio is moving. I'm looking to become a millionaire. I mean, that's what the goal is for a lot of people, and I feel like for me, um, as we grow to a certain level, becoming a crypto millionaire or becoming a millionaire in general is shouldn't be the end goal. I think it's more about when you do become a millionaire, how do you sustain, you know, what you have without going, oh, you know what? I'm a millionaire. I can spend money everywhere and buy whatever I want. No. How do you sustain that and be able to make money off of that money, right? That's the end goal is to whatever money you make, it could be $300,000. How can you make that money now make money for you, right? Um, and that's what I'm always thinking about because I'm off and on from being a crypto millionaire. And it's like, and it all depends on the movement for XRP, Jasmcoin, many of my top positions. But it's like, what do you do with that money as you end up, taking profit and collecting the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars? What do you do with that? Like, where does it go? How does it make you money? How is it bettering your life? So, yeah. Let's see. Are you curious about the mysterious Satoshi or not phased by him? I'd like to hear your opinion on this. Um, so no, I'm not curious at all. I really don't. So I don't know. I can't say I don't care who owns a cryptocurrency, who created cryptocurrency, who created blockchain or a blockchain. Um, I can't say I don't fully care, but I also don't. You have uh SHX. I got in recently at Lowe's and have saw good moves so far. So I don't know. I'll check it. Stronghold, which is sitting at a $64 million market cap. I don't have it. So circulating supply is 5.7, 5.8 billion coins. The total supply is 99.75 billion coins, meaning that 5% of the supply is out there. Even if I did like anything about this, I honestly would never buy it. Now, doesn't mean that you can't see massive gains. If you look at history, which has been since 2019, you see it's up 300%. In the last week, it's up by 63%. The last month, it's up by 8%. So you're seeing some major movement from this low level of 60% of a penny up to 1 cent. Fantastic. Um, the reason why I would say that I wouldn't buy it is because it doesn't fit what my strategy is, which is buying things that have a, at least I want to say a 50% of the max supply actually out there. Because what can happen with this is a heavy amount of dilution where you have 5 billion, 6 billion coins and you have 6% of the supply. And then they start offering, like they now give you, or they offer 6 billion supply again. That now cuts the price in half at the current market cap. They do another 6 billion and, it cuts it by, you know, 33%. Like it's um it's a lot to take in because you start to see the dilution, which then devalues what you own, and your $1,000 turns to 500. Your 500 turns to 333. Your 333 turns to whatever, 250. So they just keep diluting, and I don't know their schedule, but the only way that I would get into a project like this is if they did fully dilute. Because right now, while it's at a $64 million market cap at the current price, if it was fully diluted, it would be a $1.1 billion market cap. Now, I'm not saying it can't get there. I'm not saying that, because anything is capable of getting to, $1 billion market cap, so long as it does have any type of use case or anything. It's just not something that fits for me until they fully dilute, and then I see what they're all about. So maybe something that I research and go, this makes sense, but I'm not going to own it until they fully dilute it. So whenever you feel like you can make a decent amount of decent profit, I would say you take some of that profit and protect your initial investment and a little bit of profit, and you can leave the rest that's in there. That would be my suggestion, but you don't have to, do what I'm saying here. Does it annoy you when people say you get paid to promote a coin? I mean, no, it doesn't annoy me. If I do get paid in any way to talk about a coin, it's never like, hey, I don't get paid to promote the coin. I would get paid to um, just review the coin. And if I like anything about it, the things that it's doing, I will talk about those things. So no, it doesn't annoy me at all. There are um, people that, or everybody that's online that makes videos about certain things. I was just talking to this to Erica about this, where we were watching a doctor, and the doctor was talking
At
about
Acts
kids.
2.21 donated $2 through Super Chat.
Thank you for the super chat.
JASMY is pumping blessings, Matt.
It is making some big moves. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Um, so I was just talking to Erica about this the other day. I think it was yesterday, where it almost started an argument because I like to I kind of understand this world, right? Where if you are a person that's online, I don't know if I like to classify it as influencer or a somebody on social media, and you had a profession, right? I was a senior accountant, financial analyst. Like I've done all this stuff when it comes to finances and it comes to understanding accounting and everything there. Um, but if you have a profession, you are qualified to talk about something. You're qualified to at least speak on that subject. So there was a doctor, that I guess a pediatric doctor, and they were talking about like bedwetting at night and diapers and stuff like that, because my youngest is still doing that at night only. And they were saying something about like you know uh, the mental state, as well as like it actually being a something that they can't help. And and the doctor was talking about all of that, and then at the end it said, like diapers, and showed the product, and they were selling something. And I was telling Erica, I was like, um they they are basically promoting the product. And while there is a bunch of reasons to why you can use those diapers consistently and not have a problem with it, it's still something that is frowned upon in the end, because you don't want them to wet the bed at all. It's not something you want to accept, or anybody wants to accept. So what are the ways that you get out of doing that? But that wasn't explained in the video. What was explained is just, you shouldn't have a problem with it, buy diapers. And that's where I'm like, they showed the side where you should accept it and just buy the product, rather than kind of fix the issue in a way. Is there a way you can fix the issue? Well, yeah, there are ways to fix the issue if you would research those things, but they didn't make that known. They just said buy diapers. So I don't know. It was that's how the internet really does work. But um, basically, what I'm trying to say is that when I'm paid to promote a coin, I'm reviewing everything about it, and I'll look at some of the negative stuff, and I'll tell you if it is blaring. And what's crazy is there are times where a project will reach out to me and I'll send them what my review is, and they'll say, "Well, I don't want to work with this," and then we don't end up making a deal because I have negativity in my video. So um, I'm always trying to be as transparent as possible and let people know what I think about something, and if there are any if there is anything that could be negative there or could backfire on you or something that you need to worry about. With many positions, there's always something that you need to worry about. When it comes to pre-sales, everybody knows what's going on with pre-sales. Research funded by Johnson and Johnson. Yeah, basically. Um, when you have pre-sales, you know that the especially if the price is rising. If the price is rising over certain, uh, you know, time periods, like say if it's 12 hours, the price goes from 1 cent to 1.5 cents and then ends up having a listing price of like 50 cents. You know that if it started here and ends here, what's going to happen when that actually pre-sale actually happens? You're going to see a sell off of that pre-sale, right? Because it was at a low price, it was at a high price. People have made gains without even seeing it go live. And now you're going to see a little bit of a sell off or sometimes a large sell off. And then it reestablishes itself. It's a good spot. Are you throwing up over there? That is disgusting. If you're throwing up on that couch, I will be so upset right now. I will be very upset. Give me a second. Please don't throw up. Don't run away. Where did you throw up? I don't know where you threw up. You threw up somewhere. She threw up somewhere. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Now I don't want to step in it. Don't speak to the wife like that, Matt. No, these cats, man. Actually, it's only Daisy. She's the only one that throws up. It like doesn't sit in her stomach well, or she just eats too much food because she's a rock. She's just a large rock on the floor. Let's see. So I said, after the bull run, I'll sell XRP, and then I'll diversify it with Algo, XLM, HBAR, and XRP. Um, yeah, I think that'll be good. I think if you're talking about after the bull run, you're going to sell XRP and then you're going to see it at lows. So you're going to find cryptocurrency at whatever the low price is, the bear market. And I don't know why I still have this up on my screen. You're going to find it in the bear market, and you're going to buy it at the lows and be able to buy more before the next eventual bull run. Just know that my opinion of where we go from here with all the ETFs and where this bull run is and the utility and the acceptance and all that, I actually think that we may not have as big of a bear market, and it may be a shortened bear market because of all the positivity. We might have changed the way the cycle actually works. Yes, the cycle will always be the cycle depending on, or, when we're looking at Bitcoin's halving cycle. But if Bitcoin doesn't really control the dominance of the market, that cycle doesn't fully matter in the end, right? If Bitcoin holds 30% of the market value in the end, um, does Bitcoin cycle control the entire market at that point? I would have to argue no, that it doesn't. It still does have an impact, but it doesn't have as much of an impact if it's like 60% dominance versus the 30% dominance or 25% dominance. I'm hoping that and believing that XRP will be worth more than Ethereum, will be worth more than Bitcoin. And you will have at least a 50-50 split for Bitcoin and XRP, while Ethereum is also up there, at the 20%, 30% mark or something like that, right? I would expect to see a major impact and XRP actually take over a lot of that dominance, taking away the cycle completely, right? Because if XRP, let's say XRP is heavily usable, and while Bitcoin is at a $2-3 trillion market cap or whatever the case may be, XRP is at a 10 or even $20 trillion market cap, right? And I know how that sounds, right? How can XRP get to a 20? You're talking about a cryptocurrency that is American made, right? American company like Ripple made XRP. It's in the conversation when it comes to governmental crypto conversations. It's always in the room. You have an involvement with banks. Um, you have a potential world currency, not only for just the US, but you have a potential world currency for um, for transactions, for cross-border payments, for everything that we wanted crypto to be, which is, hey, I want to pay you cryptocurrency, I want to bypass banks and I want to pay you cryptocurrency. XRP can be, right? It can easily be that. Now it would have to be user friendly because people don't understand wallets and understand how to even function with that. And businesses don't fully connect with that. There are some businesses that do allow you to connect your wallet and pay with crypto, but there's not a lot. So, with that being said, if and when we get to that point of, hey, I can pay with XRP or I can pay with it, that's going to be the go-to. And if that's the case, just taking over as the global digital currency, not just the US digital currency, we're talking about global digital currency, and seeing the scarcity of people that are holding it to use it, businesses that are holding it to use it, banks that are holding it to use it, as well as investors and people that look at it as a store of value, because that value does increase in the end. I feel as though XRP is going to be worth multiple trillions of dollars, and it's going to take away from that dominance that Bitcoin does have, as well as other things that are going to be worth hundreds of billions and tens of billions. Because right now we have a cutoff. If you go down the list, you have Bitcoin, $2 trillion, Ethereum, $400 billion, almost $200 billion for Tether, 150 billion dollars for XRP. You scroll down here, you have a drop off here. So from Solana to Tron. Solana is about $80 billion and Tron is $30 billion. And then you have another drop off from Dogecoin to Cardano, which is 15 billion. Then you have another drop off, 12 billion to 9 billion. You have multiple billions here, but then I believe you have a drop off from billions to millions. So it doesn't seem like you have any type of a drop off after that. So mainly it does go from a billion to 900 million to 800 million to 700 million. So it actually does move consistently. But seeing those drops from Bitcoin separating itself from everything, 2 trillion, to then hundreds of billion, right? To then seeing it at tens of billions and then seeing it lower than that, low tens of billions. That drop off right there is pretty crazy. So wait, if she didn't eat already, how are you throwing up anything? I don't understand. How did she throw up anything if she didn't eat? All right, I gotta get these kids up. Give me a second, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the kids up, and they're gonna get dressed for school, and then I'll come back down. But I am gonna feed them breakfast at some point and get them ready for school, and then we'll be back on here and we'll chat. But I'm gonna keep it on. I don't know what to look at. Let's bring up XRP and we'll go over the chat. So keep chatting. Let me know what you guys are invested into, and what's your portfolio look like percentage wise? Is it 100% XRP like somebody in this chat. Celia. Celia? Am I saying that right? Probably not. I usually butcher names. But I'll be back. Give me a second. All right, we're back. 59 people that are here. We got 107 likes. Make sure you take some time to hit that like button. It does help out the channel, helps out growth, helps out all of that stuff. We'll be here for a little bit, and then we're going to feed the kids some breakfast. And they're going to be on their own doing that. But let's see what people are saying. I'll buy property or properties. houses and rent it out. That's a good idea. Jasmine, I made money on, and then I bought XRP with that money. And then now you're making money on XRP. That's good to see. Bearded man is right. It should be the center of your strategy. I don't know what that is. Jasmine is up over 30%. It's up over 30% right now. When Jasmcoin starts to run, it starts to run. I'm telling you. It's up 49% today, or 49% in the last 7 days, 27% for the last 24 hours. May look a little different over different things. It depends on what their um, starting point and ending point are. This is based on a rolling 24 hours. Jasmine is pumping. Blessings, Matt. Yeah, thanks. Well, way behind. Need to get back to all-time high first for XRP. Yeah, for sure. Jasmine as well. All-time high will be tough though. Getting back to a $5 price point is hundreds of billions of dollars. It's like 250 billion. That's too much at the moment. If you see a lockup or a decrease in that supply, it's a different story. But right now with the 50 billion, yeah, XRP, we're 100% getting to all-time high as well as breaking that all-time high. We're still trusting the medical industry in its current state. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Um, Not necessarily anything politically driven, but just understand that they all have their agendas. They all have things that they're selling, right? Everybody has things that they're selling. That's how that has gone. Research funded by Johnson and Johnson. Don't speak to the wife like that, Matt. Or were you talking about? I don't know if you were talking about the conversation or borderline argument about that video of the diapers video. Spray some Febreze. Yeah, it's not that anything smells. It's just I can't find where she threw up at, and I think it might be a hairball somewhere because she didn't eat anything. Typically, when she eats something and she throws up after, then that's a bunch of food. But and that's because she's just eating too fast. She's trying to get all the food before the other cats get it. Uh, but she didn't eat anything for a while, so I was definitely assuming that it was a hairball. But I couldn't find it. So I'll find it at some point. I'll turn on the light and find it. Look how much altcoins have pumped on a small dip. Now imagine a really big dip. On a small dip, I don't know if you saw, but the entire fourth quarter was a large dip. That's the whole reason why things are down from their all-time highs, or you know, some even getting back to levels you didn't expect it to get to. Right? We're talking about AVAX down to what was it? $11, $10. Jasmcoin from 6 cents all the way down to 50% of a penny. Crazy. XRP from $3.65 all the way down to $1.50 or actually $1.30, I believe. So it was definitely a larger dip. If we look at more recent dips, I guess in December, yeah, it's smaller. But that large dip that we saw in October, and then a dip in November, and then a dip in December. What time is it? I'm just making up months at this point. Oh man. Jasmine price prediction, thanks. I think Jasmine we're going to see the approach the 10 cent, the 20 cent mark, getting to 50 cents and approaching the dollar, right? That's kind of what I'm looking for, right? I'm not necessarily saying that whatever the time frame is, the time frame. I don't really like to break down time frames. I like to look at prices and believe that it's going to get to those prices within bull runs. And I do believe that Jasmcoin will get to a level of $1 this bull run. So whether that happens, the altcoin season happens for just 6 months and then everything explodes, or it happens for 3 months and everything explodes, um, I'm ready for it. Where do you see Jasmine and XRP at the end of this current bull run? So I would believe that XRP can be anywhere between $10 to $20, um, and that's a conservative level. But if we wanted to go aggressive or ultra aggressive level, I really think that we're going to see the main, not the main functionality, but the main growth or start to that growth happen, as we see the bear market. Right? The bear market's going to establish everything for XRP. You're going to be able to do a ton with it, um, and then when that next bull run does come, XRP should experience a lot more growth there. But my conservative levels is I want to see the $10 to $20 mark. Um, but I would my expectation and what so I don't want to say what I would like to see because what I plan to see is $10 to $20. What I would really want to see is the $50 to $100 mark, right? That's kind of my ballpark. Um, but it really all depends. I don't really like to go by those time frames there. Even by the end of the bull market, it's still tough because I'm not in it for to be impatient. I'm in it with my patience, right? I'm very, very patient in owning a certain cryptocurrency or investment and holding on to it for a long time. Not necessarily just like, oh, I'm gonna hold on to it for a season. I'm gonna hold on to it for altcoin season or Bitcoin season or whatever, right? I'm looking to hold on to it for a long time. Then we hit that whatever price target that we have, and then I end up selling. That price target, $5 could happen. I'm not saying that this is the case. $5 can happen 3 years from now, and I still will be holding it for that official price and then selling my to get my profit, my initial investment. Um, so yeah, hopefully that makes sense. I'm kind of tired now. I should get like a energy drink. I just started following Keith D on YouTube. Really smart guy, worth a watch. I haven't heard of him. I have to check him out. Is it on crypto? Is it on investing or what? Not hating at all. I cashed at $3.60 last time. Not buying crypto anymore. This shit is straight ads. I guess so. I don't know what you're saying, but I understand if you made money from cryptocurrency and you're set in stone, you don't want to put any more money on it, then fine, right? That, in my opinion, is a gambling mindset. And honestly, investing in general is a gamble. But if you follow traditionalist methods, a lot of that money that you make can go into those traditionalist investments that you have, ETFs, long-term dividend portfolios, whatever. But saying that you would never buy into cryptocurrency again, that is that's using absolutes, right? I never right there try and use absolutes. That's the only time that I want to do it because I really don't want to use those absolutes. I don't want to tell people I'm never doing this again. I will always do this because any scenario could change that. Any scenario. I went to, and the only reason I started thinking that way is I went to a meeting when I had my 9 to 5 when I worked for a hospital system, and that's what they brought up. They were like, how many times a day do you use absolutes? And I was like, I don't know. I really don't know. And then started to think about it, and I would say, I always do this, or I never do that, or, um, I'll I'll say I'm never want to gamble, or I never want to do, like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to use those absolutes. So, um, the gambling mindset is I made money from this. I'm going to get out while I'm on top. Now, if you make money from it, learn why you made money and then implement that into other investments. Now, if why you made money was because it was a meme coin, which is not the case because it was XRP, um, then now you can't really fully implement that elsewhere because maybe the meme coin was a top meme coin, and that's the whole reason why you made a ton of money, right? The first major gain that I had in the crypto market was Dogecoin. I put $100 and made $800 from it. I was hyped, right? Because I never made that much percentage from an investment. I would always day trade or swing trade, or my long term investments weren't long term enough to have a 300% gain, let alone an 800% gain. So I was just like, all right, this is a one off. I'm not going to do that and just go invest all the money that I was going to put in the market in that one position and just hope that it grows by 800%. So I started to invest directly into utility projects. Those utility projects made me a decent amount of money. And as I took some of that profit, I would put that into more utility projects and then give me some meme coins here and there. So I guess the thing that I'm saying to kind of cut it all short is that you don't want to develop that gambling mindset to where you're like, I got to get out while I'm on top and never touch it again. Because what happens if digital currencies take over um, as the main currency in the world, which I don't expect it to, but it takes over as the main currency in the world. Now you're physically owning cryptocurrency because you have to in order to purchase things. Or you can't say that you would never touch it again or never be a part of it again or leave crypto alone because it could be a bigger part of your world than you think. Jasmine, XRP, Solana, Flare. I feel like everything will crash again next month out of nowhere. I mean, that's honestly the feeling that many people have because of what we experienced with the fourth quarter. Many people expected the fourth quarter to be bullish and huge, and it was just not it. Right from the start, it was horrible. I made 3.3K off AMD when it rose from 164 to 230 from Friday close to Monday open. I made 3.3K of a single contract. I bought for $98. It's amazing. XRP should off been or should have been at these levels already. That's exactly why I sold. No one knows XRP can be at $10 in a few weeks or multiple years. Yeah. Keith D does a lot of crypto investing, understanding markets, etc. Okay, that's good. I made money because I I was buying into XRP on every single dip since the start of 2024. That's tough. I mean, buying if you're buying at those dips and you're like, I I want to own more XRP. That's always great. If you're looking to time the market to buy at the dip, sell at the peak, buy at the dip, sell at the peak, that's always tough because when you lose one, you basically lose them all. It will, but it might turn over in 2040 or 20 or 40 years. Thank you for becoming a Make Money member, Digital Flooring LLC. I appreciate it. Talking about crypto. I got you. I got you. All right, so we got 92 people that are here. Make sure you guys take the time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you guys are interested. Also, make sure you check out some of the links that are down below. You know, it does help out the channel and everything. So I appreciate it. If you guys want to sign up for BTCC, feel free to do so. My BTCC positions, as we look over here, let me scroll over here. As we look over here, I am up $750 on Jasmcoin, $125 on XRP. I'm slightly down on OKB, and Atom, I'm also down by about $100 or 35%. So I would hope that that can pick up. The current price is at $2.43. My open price was $2.95. And I do have a decent amount of Atom in my possession. I believe I have like 2,000. So I have like 1,000 that might be staked over here, over on Coinbase. Yeah, so I have 1,000 where majority of what I own is staked. So I have $2,760 on Coinbase. Today's return, unrealized return, I'm actually down $1,973. My average price is $4.18. I think this has a lot of potential to go a lot further than where we stand. The highest price for Atom was $43, and we're sitting at $3 there, seeing a potential price rise of $40, even maybe to further than that. But unrealized loss right now is about 41% of what I have there. You still help to wreck people by promoting 500x leverage. So it's not about promoting a 500x leverage. It's about talking about leverage trading. So leverage trading doesn't have to be a 500x leverage. That's definitely a gamble. Now, if you want to and you are comfortable with 500x leverages, I've made money from 500x leverage. I've lost money from 500x leverage. But as long as you are setting your stop losses, you can put $10 in there, potentially lose that $10 on a 500x leverage that you thought was going to be an amazing play, and it didn't, right? You only lost $10. However, if that 500x leverage becomes something a lot bigger, right? You invested directly at the bottom. Well, now you're making crazy money doing that. But I'm more about long-term leverage trading, right? A 2x leverage, a 3x leverage. Sometimes you can throw a 10x leverage that's in there and make some money from these plays. So as you can see, making money from Jasmcoin. Now the 2x leverage and 3x leverage, after everything that has happened, I still have these positions because they're such low leverages. It's utilizing, other people's money or BTCC's money in order for you to make a little bit more while investing only what you have. So it's not promoting a 500x leverage. It's more or less promoting learning how to read charts, and finding out what your risk tolerance will be, as well as being very disciplined in your trading strategy. So it's more than just a 500x leverage. I own a 10x leverage, a 5x leverage, a 3x leverage, and a 2x leverage. All that have been sitting here for a while. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. XLM was talked about. Haven't heard anything about it recently. I mean, I haven't heard anything. I haven't been searching for anything about it, so that's why I haven't heard about it. All in on Opulus. I don't know what that is. Hey, just doing some charting. This run looks like a trap, so I do recommend to place stop losses just in case, for sure. Um, there are many cases to where it things have looked like traps, whether it's a bull trap or whatever, and have actually broken out and continued on that path. But there's some high chances, as you can see, with where we are compared to a previous month in December. Just looking at Bitcoin, you can see that. But yeah, the masses are getting wrecked, bro. Plus, we are trying to We're trying to have people stop using leverage in crypto for less manipulation. The manipulation doesn't come from the leverages in a way. The manipulation comes from the institutional volume, which they can easily manipulate it because of the amount of leverage that is out there. However, it's the same thing with the stock market. There's a lot of leverage that's out there. It's just the consistency of the market makes it flow in an easy to digest manner. So leverage trading is not going to go away. It's just people need to learn how to use it effectively, how to use it the right way, how to set their stop losses and have those stop losses go through. Now for me, if the market dropped as fast as it did the in October, things got liquidated that jumped past my stop loss. And that's where it ends up being trouble, whether it's a trading limit order and you have a stop loss there and you don't get you don't get yours sold until a much lower price. So that happens whether it's leverage trading or just trading outright, and you're going to have it. Now the manipulation again comes from the institutional volume, the ETFs, the funds that now have billions of dollars in their possession to trade cryptocurrency. They end up manipulating it. But I think people should be a lot safer when it comes to leverage trades set at 2x or 3x leverage. Even those aren't necessarily safe. But if you owned it outright, for sure, you wouldn't, unless you set a limit order. If you didn't set a limit order to sell at a certain price, you can hold it all the way until zero and it will never get liquidated or never look to sell. But people will look to sell, right? So even though you hold that and you're like, it's worth, let's say you have one coin that's worth $100 and it drops by 50%. If that was a 2x leverage, you would be liquidated. But also, if you owned it outright and it dropped from 100 to 50, there's many people that will go, I don't want to lose more than 50% of my position. I'm going to sell it. So they would end up selling it anyways. So it's tough. It's tough to say that 100% it's because of leverage trading, but liquidations definitely do lead to a little more negativity, which if you have a massive liquidation train, that's where it ends up becoming a problem. If people are too over leveraged, they continue to do a 500x leverage on everything. Um, yeah, it's not going to be the best situation. 2x to 10x is my safe range. Yeah, typically that's where I am. My safest range, anything below 5x is my safest range. If I feel as though the market is like it may not move in my direction, there's a big chance I'll do a 2x leverage or 3x leverage every time. But then when I feel like something is not going to drop below that price or lower than that price, I will do a 5x leverage or 10x leverage. And then if I feel like I see a major opportunity where things have dropped down to insanely low prices and I see multiple support levels at that range, I will throw a 100 or 500x leverage for $5 or $10, and then I will set a major stop loss. And thank you for the gifted membership, Wise Mind. I appreciate that. um, but yeah, I'll set that stop loss, and then maybe I'll lose in the next 5 minutes. Let me get these kids some food, and I'll be right back down. All right, give me a second. All right. The next time I go up there, it's gonna be for a while because I have to get them on the bus. So I'm gonna do their hair and all that stuff and get them on the bus. But is there anything crazy going on in the market right now? Let's see. Let's see. We still got Render and SUI that's leading. Um, the last 7 days, we have Render and Pepe that's leading there. If we look at my watch list, um, give me a second. So Jasmine is up 30% in the last 24 hours. So it is making some major moves right now. Excited about that. I'm excited about Jasmine Coin. I can't wait until it gets to that level of $1. I can't wait. I love to, just like anybody else, love to prove people wrong, especially when it comes to investments, right? I just want to see um, success for a lot of the investors that will see potential in crypto. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be just XRP. It could be Jasmine. It could be you know Grok. It could be Book of Meme, Terra Luna Classic, whatever. Right? I want to see success for a lot of people that are investing into cryptocurrency, which I think and I feel like you will, 100%. But we have 57 people that are here. So, guys, take your time to hit that like button. Take some time to hit that like button. Don't take your time because that means that I want you to slowly hit the like button. It's not what I asked for. Um, so let's see what's going on crypto news wise. Any major crypto news? So, regulators in South Korea consider blocking unrealized crypto gains. Consider blocking unrealized crypto gains. What does that mean? I mean, it's not affecting me or majority of us, but South Korea may allow regulators to freeze crypto accounts to stop price manipulation before profits are moved or laundered. So South Korea is reviewing strong measures to counter crypto price manipulation, including freezing accounts uh, suspects suspects cash out unrealized gains. According to officials and regulators, may soon apply rules that currently exist in the stock market to digital assets as a part of broader plan to align crypto oversight with traditional finance. Authorities consider payment suspension measures. Sorry. The Financial Services Commission is evaluating new tools to preemptively block transactions linked to a suspected market abuse. Officials said that this could prevent criminals from moving funds into cold wallets before investigations begin or warrants are issued. Currently, courts must approve asset freezes, giving suspects time to shift funds or obscure their holdings. The FSC argues that this delay weakens enforcement and enables manipulation tactics like front running and wash trading. Profits from unfair practices can disappear quickly before action is taken, said an unnamed FSC official. By blocking these transfers earlier, Regulators believe they can preserve evidence and disrupt illegal trades. The proposed systems mirror existing measures under South Korea's Capital Market Act, which was amended in April 2025. That legislation allows freezing accounts involved in illegal short selling or unfair trades in traditional securities. Hmm. I guess that's more targeting the crypt, but what's the threshold? You know what I mean? Is it only when hacks happen, or is it something that's like a larger threshold? So like if I have like $100,000 that I'm moving from an exchange into my wallet and I want to sell that, is that now going to be? I mean, I feel like if that's the case, that kind of removes what we're looking to get out of cryptocurrency, which is the ability to control our money and use our money how we see fit, how we want to. Um, and it also takes away from the potential large gains you could have um, by having accounts frozen. Now, I don't know as to what, if it's going to be exchanges, because all those have to be regulated through exchanges, but your wallet can't really be frozen. So, I don't know. Sounds interesting though. Let me continue with more crypto news. 600 billion in oil, 60 billion in Bitcoin. How Venezuela became geopolitical jackpot. Why is crypto up today, January 6, 2026? Let's look at it. Let's get an understanding of why crypto is up. The current situation doesn't mean that Bitcoin will now rally every time geopolitical tension escalates. Um, the crypto market is up today with the cryptocurrency market capitalization increasing by 1.2% and rising slightly to $3.29 trillion market cap. Notably, 97 of the top 100 coins have appreciated over the past 24 hours. At the same time, the total crypto trading volume is at $139 billion, climbing over the past couple of days. Crypto winners and losers. Okay, great. But why? Investment analyst commented that the first Monday of 2026 saw gold, silver, and Bitcoin moving in the same direction. It would be tempting to label this a risk off or dollar debasement trade and predict that Bitcoin and gold are converging. But this isn't what's happening here. Pugnan said, or Puckrin. I said Pugnan. I don't know where I got that from. Puckrin says, in fact, Bitcoin and precious metals are being driven by very different forces. Gold and silver are extending last year's momentum. It stalled somewhat at the end of the year, the co founder explains, providing investors on the sidelines with an entry point. However, BTC was so oversold at the end of last year that we're now seeing a reflective bounce. That makes sense. Moreover, Friday, which was the first full ETF trading day of 2026, saw $471 million in inflows into Bitcoin ETFs, suggesting institutions are piling back in. We're seeing more of the same today as investors come back to their desks after the festive season, he says. But this doesn't mean that Bitcoin and gold are converging or that Bitcoin will now rally every time geopolitical tensions escalate. For now, it's simply a coincidence. So that's what it seems like. They're just saying that it's a coincidence to why crypto is running. And that's it. All that for coincidence. Um, Could have just said it was a coincidence from the gate. Business as usual. Yeah, 4 months left, Jerome Powell, and then we take off. I hope that's the case. I hope that we see it take off now. So we got 62 people here, guys. Hit that like button. I gotta go get these kids fully ready for school, so I'm gonna be away from my desk for about 30 minutes. Um, which means, let me see if I can type it out. See if I could put this maybe in in here. What am I doing here? Here we go. I'll just do it in what's this? What's this thing? Something. I'll put this here. There we go. Let me do that, and then we'll go boom. Underline. How do you underline? Forget how to do all this stuff. Just playing. All right. I think that's good. So just keep that up on the screen. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I just have to get the kids ready for school. So definitely we'll be back to talk about cryptocurrency. But hit that like button. If you just come in here, hit the like button. And yeah, I'll be back. Give me a few minutes. No sound. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Appreciate you saying that. I was telling myself, I was like, when I come back here, I got to put the sound back on. I got to do that. And now we have sound. So, um, it's great. Jasmine like I said, is looking fantastic. Nice to see after so long, for sure. I am back. I said 820, and I was back at 820. Honestly, I didn't know if it was going to be 820 because that bus is supposed to come at a certain time, and then other days it'll come a little bit later. It'll be here at like 8:40, or sorry, 8:30 instead of 8:20. So like 10 minutes of a difference, but you know, I'm glad it's here on time today. But yeah, Jasmine looks amazing. I did want to maybe go through and change this a bit. No, we're gonna go to studio. I thought I'd be able to just save it, but now I just copy it. So, what's going on with everybody? Give me a second. There we go. Hey, yo, Spencer. Come here. What? Save. Sure. Now export. I'm laid up and could use some good news. I mean, we see what's happening with Jasmine for sure. It's good news for me. Obviously, it's not at the highest prices that's ever been, but seeing it up 30% shows that it does have that life. Seeing the volume compared to the market cap also is saying the same thing. There we go. All right. So make sure you guys hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as soon as you get in here. Um, do you think that Jasmine will hit a 1 cent price this morning, especially as the market opens? Do you think we'll have more and more excitement that Jasmine will hit that 1 cent price point? Um, or do you think that 30% is enough and maybe it's going to retrace? That's not it. So I started a poll. Um, will Jasmine reach 1 cent this morning? I'm gonna say yes as well. Where does Jasmcoin stand at? Let me just show my screen. So Jasmcoin currently stands at a 88% of a penny mark. It's 0.008869. It is up by 30.65% today. The market cap is at a $438 million market cap, and the volume is at $114 million. The volume to market cap ratio is 25.68%. That shows the level of popularity that it does have. Jasmine has a ton of popularity that people don't realize. Even at the lower levels where it seems like it's not moving, it seems like it's not doing anything, you still see 10 to 30% volume to market cap ratio, showing that it does have a lot of popularity. You have 98,000 holders, 242,000 watch lists, 247,000 followers, right? 86% bullish sentiment when it comes to the community. 50 billion coins, a lot of growth, um, and so much potential, even just to the highs that we saw, not only to those highs, but also to further highs, right? The 10-cent price point, the 20-cent price point, the $1 price point. I grabbed up 900K Pengu. Is that Pudgy Penguins? At just under 1 cent. Again, I'm not huge on meme coins. I mean, I like them, but I'm not I'm not absolutely, thrown back by them. What is up with this dog? I think that meme coins are great. Don't get me wrong, meme coins are great. You can gain a ton from them, but that is the only thing that you're looking to do is gain that 20 or gain. Sorry, I said 20 because I was reading something. Gain the amount that you wanted, right? Gain a larger profit based on just hype and FOMO, and that's it, right? Not really adding that utility. So hype can get you very, very far, but it won't hold very far. So um, that's kind of the way that I look at it. I'm very tired. I need like an energy drink or something. I don't know why I'm so tired. Today I woke up on my own at like 4:30 rather than my phone was dead apparently. I had it on the charger. I have a magnetic charger, and I guess it just didn't connect the right way, so it didn't charge. And I was like, I could have ended up sleeping in, but I woke myself up um, and got here and ready to live stream. But I was tired. Let's see what else is happening. I know I just talked about why is crypto up. We went through that. I want to look at some more. Maybe I could do Jasmine coin news. Jasmine news. I might just talk about the gains, and that's it. Latest developments and news for Jasmine Coin. Layer 2 mainnet launch. November 2025, Jasmine launched the Ethereum-based Layer 2 mainnet using its proprietary proof of device and linkage um, protocol to authenticate hardware devices like GPUs and, as revenue-generating assets for decentralized AI computing. This positions Jasmine in the growing decentralized physical infrastructure network or DePIN sector. Um, Partnerships and utility. The project has formed partnerships with major Japanese companies like Panasonic. Um, how do you say that? VAIO, VAIO, and Transcosmos. Transcosmos. A recent integration with a partner project, Junction, uh, allows users to stake GPUs for AI tasks with rewards in um, JCT tokens and periodic Jasmy airdrops, increasing the token's real world utility, price volatility, and market signals. Jasmy has experienced considerable volatility, a flash pump on Binance futures in January 2026 saw a 125% intraday surge driven by leverage trading. The price is up significantly over the past week and month, but technical analysts note both bullish potential and suspectively to rapid sell-offs and liquidation risks. On-chain activity. Exchange reserves for Jasmy have dropped to 1 year low, signaling that more tokens are being withdrawn for long term holding. The number of holders also increased, suggesting rising interest and adoption. Currently, 94% of Coinbase users are reported to be buying Jasmy. And I already have it. Own it. Current price approximately, that's not right, as of January 6, 2026. It says current price approximately 0.006. That's not right. It's 0.008. 24-hour change up to approximately 15%. No, 30%. Market cap is around 350 million. Nope, 400 million. Circulating supplies over 49 billion Jasmy tokens, 99% of the max supply. That's true. Hoping for 10 to 20 cents soon. Yeah, so am I. I'm looking for that 10 to 20 cent mark. 10 cents is my initial selling point, not of everything, but of a smaller portion of it. At one point, it was only 100,000 Jasmcoin that was going to be sold at that point. I think now it's going to be 200,000 because I have 1.4 million rather than just the 1 million there. So it's going to give me about $20,000 worth of profit that's there. So that's my plan. You know what's crazy? I ordered So when I was a kid, I played the Game Boy Color and I played Pokemon. Loved it. Loved playing it. Played literally all of them, even though they were virtually the same game. Like Pokemon Red, Pokemon Yellow, it was basically the same game. Yes, they had some different pieces of the storyline, but it was basically the same. But I used to play those games all the time. So I was like, why not get one for my daughters to play to see if they enjoy that because they do like Pokemon from time to time, just to be able to play that and play something that's so simple that you're not like going on your phone and having something like complex graphics. Like we want like old school stuff. You go there, you play this game, you explore, you read, you do all that stuff. um, so I decided to go and buy a Game Boy Color. The problem is that I bought it from eBay. And when I bought it from eBay, this store, I'll say what the store is because I gave them a bad review. Um, Actually, I need to find it. But essentially, what what happened was, um, I got the order. It said your order was delivered. Your Game Boy Color was delivered. However, when I got the package, it was a small package, and I was like, this doesn't seem like it has a Game Boy Color in it. So I opened it up, and it was just the battery, not the battery compartment, but the 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 closing for it. I don't know what to call it. Um, it was literally just that piece, and it was the color of the Game Boy, but the Game Boy was not there. So Erica was like, I think you just got scammed. I was like, they have a guarantee money back. So I don't understand how that would even be a scam. I mean, maybe on their end, um, eBay is giving me the money because they authorized it, not authorized it, authenticated it. They authenticated it, and since they did that, maybe they're giving me the money back. I don't know how that works, but now I'm getting the money back for not receiving the product. But I took a picture of what I received. It literally was just the battery um, closing for the Game Boy in a plastic bag, and that's it. I was like, what? Like, what's the point of this? And I went to go read some reviews. A lot of the reviews were positive, 99%, but then you had 100 negative reviews that said that this was a scammer, and that they got the product, but it was broken, or they got the product, but it was only half the product. And now you have mine, which is all I got was the battery closing for the case. It was pretty hilarious. At least to me, it was. Jasmine's latest news and updates on CoinMarketCap. Jasmine price prediction for 2026 and beyond. Let's see what they got here. A lot of scammers on eBay. It seems that way. I mean, I don't understand it. Like, just do things the right way. If you're selling something, then sell it. If you're not, then go and find another way to make money. Do they have a price? I feel like they don't have a price prediction. No, we need, if we're gonna do a price prediction, we need like a major price prediction. This is all coin market cap. Show all. Yeah, I don't see much on this. The old Pokemon games, though absolute classics, I remember playing Pokemon Crystal. Um, the two gen so much. So yeah, um I loved the old Pokemon games, the classic games. I even had an emulator on my phone where I would play it, but I mean, I guess I don't have the same time that I had when I was a kid to play those games, and even some of the same patience because I already beat the game and I know who the strongest Pokemon are. Like, if you find an Abra and you capture that Abra, and even if that Abra is only a um, Kadabra, right? It evolves into a Kadabra. That Kadabra can be the strongest Pokemon that you have. All you have to do is, uh, was it Confusion, and you just kill every Pokemon every time. You don't know how many battles I've won by only using, even with like, was it the Pokemon like Pro League or whatever you do at the end. I forgot what it is. Um, you would just win everything. Kadabra is OP. And then in order to evolve him into an Alakazam, you needed to trade the Kadabra with somebody, and then it would be Alakazam. And then they're 100% OP if that's the case. Once they become an Alakazam, it's like you have Entei or Mew on your hands or something. Jasmcoin is up 32% today. 32%. 61, 64% of the people that has come through here, there's 23 votes on whether Jasmine will reach 1 cent today. It is it is 10% of a penny away from reaching 1 cent. It's already up 31%, 32%. When the market opens, there's directions that this can go, right? We could see Jasmine Coin skyrocket 1 cent, 2 cents, something like that. Or we can see it, kind of retrace from that 31, 32% gain that you had here. So I want to know what people think. Are we going to see it run? Are we going to see a retracement? I kind of want to go eat like a muffin or something. I need to have some sort of breakfast, but I want to stay on live. So I'm just gonna go upstairs and get some muffins, some with the little muffins that the kids eat, and call that as my breakfast. Give me a second. Doing. Now here's a question. With my I don't know what this liquidation point is. This liquidation point that I have set here is at 54% of a penny. Now it never hit that 54% of a penny. It got close. Um, I guess this almost got liquidated. But now where it stands at 87% of a penny, do you believe that 54% of a penny is safe to where we can see the 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent, 4 cent, whatever cent price? Because I can let this sit here as a 10x leverage, but also a 10x leverage is still, it's pretty high compared to some of the other leverages that you have, right? A 2x leverage, 3x leverage, 5x leverage. The 10x leverage means that if it loses like 10%, I lose everything that I put in there, which is $168. Um, but right now it's up $751 or 445%. If you guys want to start leverage trading, maybe 2x leverage or 3x leverage, feel free to check out my link for BTCC, which is in the chat. You can trade all the way up to a 500x leverage, but it is very risky to do so. But it is a good platform. If you specifically use my link, you'll get a 10% deposit bonus on your first time deposit. Extra bonuses up to $10,055 and up to 40% lower trading fees. So check that out. Link is at the top of the description. um, and also in the chat. I remember 5 years ago, this time of year, around 5 years ago, this time of year, buying XRP for sub 30 cents. If I only had more money to buy more. I mean, that's always the case, right? We would love to be able to buy more and more, um, of the positions that are running. But the problem is that we tend to get a little afraid of like what could possibly happen, where things could go, how much you could lose, how much do you really believe in it, You know what I mean? Because if people were like, I 100% know this is going to a ridiculous level in whatever time period, what would they do? Throw everything that they own or all of it, everything, even the clothes on their back on that position because it's a guarantee. But nothing is ever a guarantee. We all know that. Nothing is ever a guarantee. So with that being said, it makes you a little bit fearful of like what what could transpire um, from that. So XRP, yeah, was at a much lower price point. Not only 5 years ago, you're looking at it 2 years ago, and it's down to these 30, 40, 50 cent marks, and many people are saying the same thing you said. I wish I would have bought more. I wish I would have had more money. I wish I would have found it sooner, right? But you you have the situation here and now. You have to be able to um, talk yourself into owning some now for what would make other people that saw it now and said, I don't want to buy it, maybe 5 years from now, they'll say, I wish I would have bought some in 2026. When we look back to December 2024, that's where we saw this. You saw this pickup to these levels here. I thought it was a different time period, but I guess it was December. December 2024 is when it picked up to a value of about 6 cents before decreasing all the way to December 2025 to now start picking up again. Can we see it at the 1 cent level? Can we see it at the 2 or 3 cent level? Right, we're looking for this point right here. Probably a major resistance there, but it depends on what happens in the where the market open. $29. I don't know if I'm Unk. Are you saying, hey, Unk? I don't know if I'm qualified to be Unk. I am an uncle, but I don't know about. I'm not Unk because I'm only 34. Once I turn 35, then I can be in UNC status, but I'm not 35 yet. But where's Jasmcoin going today? Where's Jasmcoin going today? Um, or going to? I mean, I'm looking for it to hit 1 cent this morning. At least show some major move. Either way, I mean, what it's done today has already been some major movement, right? 30% increase um, over the morning, or sorry, over the last 24 hours. It may look like a little bit less of an increase as it starts to get later into the day. Sorry, it may get look like a less increase because it is a rolling 24 hours unless Jasmcoin picks up, right? Unless Jasmcoin picks up again. But right now it's sitting at a 87 to 88% of a penny mark, and I'm looking for it to hit 1 cent this morning and show that this is a major player in the game. Right? You can see that by the volume. $117 million with a volume to market cap ratio of 27%. That's amazing. Almost at a 100K holder mark. I can't wait until we get there because I'm going to make a video talking about it having 100,000 holders. But yeah. I wanted to look up Jasmcoin news to see anything new is happening. Maybe I can look it up on X. um, Kyle Korver. It's Kyle Korver. Let's see, Jasmine. I mean, if you look it up on X, mainly what you're gonna get is the price movement and how far it's come. I need a googly eyes, or not googly eyes, but watching eyes. Yeah, there's not much. The bottom is already in. Jasmine could be setting up for a strong, impulsive upside move in the coming weeks. I want to see it in the coming hours, not weeks. Am I right? So I made an investment into Jasmcoin. I don't know if you saw in BTCC. I did a 10x leverage a while ago before or while things were at lows. It was at like 60% of a penny, something like that. Let me scroll down here. And you can see that my buy-in point was 60% of a penny .006018, meaning that my stop loss in order to lose everything here would have been about 10%. If it drops 10%, I lose everything. However, it didn't. It almost did. It dropped like 9.5% before then increasing back up and now being at about 80% or 87, 88% of a penny. I'm up 460% on this leverage trade, 780-ish dollars on this play. Now, I'm happy with that, but I'm contemplating whether I should take my initial investment plus profit or if I should let it sit and reap whatever benefits it ends up getting as we move forward. Because if we see a 1 cent price today, things just look up, and as we see it progress forward, we see more and more potential and more of a price increase. Because if this gets to a value of 10 cents or 6 cents, let me go back here. If it gets to a value of 6 cents, I gain about I think it's like $15,000 off of that 100 and it's $68 investment. Now, if it gets to a level of 10 cents, I gain $26,000 off of that investment. If it somehow I let it wait and it gets to $1, that's $278,000 there. So I don't know, because I could take profit on this when it gets to a few $1,000s, maybe like $8,000. Let's say what price is that? Let's say it gets to 4. If it gets to 4 cents and I take all my profit, my initial investment, that is $9,500. That is my entire initial investment that I put on the 1.4 or 1.5 million that I own now. And then I don't have to take much profit at that 10-cent level. I could take 100,000 instead of taking 200,000. But even if I do take 200,000, that's now a total of $30,000 worth of profit, or I guess $22,000 worth of profit, $30,000 total that I would be taking out of there. And that's not a bad thing. I like that. The only thing, I don't know what happened with this. The only thing that I would say is that when I recently bought Jasmcoin, I recently bought more Jasmcoin, that also kind of restarts the clock of that Jasmcoin that I own. Because while it was long term, the new Jasmcoin that I bought is not long term. So let me go over to Jasmine and see when that will actually be considered long term. So the Jasmcoin that I bought on November 17th, 2025, that's 500. I bought 540,000 Jasmcoin on November 17th, 2025. This will not be long term until November 17th or November 16th, 2026. So that sucks. That means that I have to pay probably somewhere around 30 to maybe 40, maybe even 50% in returns. I wish it was long term. Now my XRP, on the other hand, my XRP on the other hand, is sitting at long term, because the last time that I bought XRP was November 25th, 2024. So where we are currently, everything that I own in XRP is all long term, which is great. And that's the largest part of my portfolio. I don't even know the percentage it is. It's got to be a high percentage. XRP, because of the growth, is 86% of my crypto portfolio. 86%. That's insane. That is not diverse at all, and it's because of the growth in XRP. If XRP came back down, give me a second. If XRP came back down to, I don't know, 50 cents, then it would not be 86% of my portfolio, wouldn't be anything near it. It would be about I don't know, maybe 50%, 40% of my portfolio at that point. All right, so Jasmine to 8 to 10 cents, and XRP to $8 to $10 this year. Hopefully, praying that God will allow many to get out. Oh, will allow many to get out of New York and move to Florida. For what reason? For the weather, um, or for the ability to trade any crypto that they want to trade? Because I think New York still has restrictions, right? Maybe, not 100%. Um, but that's good. Price predictions 8 to 10 cents. I want to see 10 to 20 cents for Jasmine, at least in the time being. Um, 10 to or $8 to $10 also would be good for XRP as long as I can hit a couple of price targets. Um, I don't expect the majority of what we want out of XRP to happen in the ultra short term. I expect it to, the long term to ultra long term. Thank you for the follow. Is somebody followed over on Twitch? Stuffies too. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. 30K, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I hope to get that much. Yes. I need to research crypto more. I'm not familiar enough. My investments are all in stocks, bonds, and forex, which is not a bad strategy. Obviously, that's a traditionalist mindset. And the way that I invest after I get my profits in crypto, a lot of what I have gained from cryptocurrency and um, also some money that I had from sponsorships and everything there has gone towards my dividend portfolio or my newly created traditional IRA. I've had it for like 15 weeks. This is going on 16 weeks. And I plan on documenting maxing out my IRA every single year. I maxed it out for 2025, even though I only had 4 months to do so. And then I'm also going to max it out for 2026, hopefully by the end of this month. And we're going to document that and show that the entire time. But if we look at where my traditionalist accounts are, so I have my not non-traditionalist accounts, and then my more traditional ETFs, dividend investing over here, which is on Robinhood. This is my dividend portfolio that I created about 2 years ago, and I'm collecting about $7,000 to $8,000 worth of dividends every year, plus the growth of whatever positions I am in, which is DHS, FDVV, VYM, SCHD, SPHD, and many others, right? Where open P&L, how much I'm gaining could be anywhere from 3,000 all the way to being down about 800. But the gains that I'm getting in the dividends are great. But that's what I do is I take my gains and money that we have over here in crypto, or that I gain from crypto exchanges, or that I gain from extra revenue, and I throw it into my dividend portfolio. I throw it into the long-term accounts, and we go from there. So even my traditional IRA, again, that I created um, last year, September of last year, end of September. So let's just say October, um, is sitting at 9,500, or sorry, $9,715.80, while most of these are up. The majority, the one that's down, is the crypto ETF that I have in this portfolio. Now, that may end up turning into something bigger long term, but not worried about it right now. I'm going to continue to max out. I'm going to continue to throw money into things like SCHD and the SPY and the Dow Jones. But I have a traditionalist way of thinking as well. It's just I look at the non-traditional path, learning about crypto, understanding where crypto will be, and then investing into those more utility coins that will get to higher levels as crypto becomes more and more relevant, and more people believe in it, more governments are using it, more systems adopt it, right? And then I can take some of those gains and throw that into what I've always known, which is the traditional market. Matt is the GOAT, $10 plus XRP soon. I would love to see that as well. I don't know what soon actually means. When's your timeline on when you think that XRP is going to hit $10? Yeah, that would be amazing. I hope so too. Not a matter of if, but when. Yeah, we got this. Many blessings to everyone who believe in their investments and wish great health, happiness, and success to all for this new year and next. Well, thank you for saying that. First of all, that means a lot to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to everybody else. um, but it is great to be confident. I told Harper that the other day. I know it's not related to cryptocurrency, but related to basketball. I was like, it's important to be confident. If you feel like you don't know what you're doing, you're not gonna know what you're doing, right? You're gonna show it on your face. Ooh, defenders are gonna eat you alive. I mean, they are in third and fourth grade, so I don't necessarily expect the other girls to be, you know, amazing defenders like they're um, Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or something. Like they're not amazing defenders out here, but there are some good players that play on these teams, and you can see the good ones from the average ones as well as the bad ones. It's like whoever puts in the work. Um, one of the coaches yesterday told me that they were playing a team that was that's a good team. I guess it's a girls team, and it's fifth and sixth grade, and they were playing a fifth and sixth grade team that had a girl that was 6'3" in sixth grade. And I know girls mature a lot faster than men, so they hit their height, what their height is going to be as an adult, a lot sooner, most times. uh, but to have a girl that's 6'3" in sixth grade, I mean, you're going places. First, you better spend a lot of time. If she's playing basketball and she's serious about basketball, you better spend a lot of time with her, because she has an advantage over a lot of other girls, which is the fact that she is tall. So if she can perfect her game and has the ability to perfect her game, the sky's going to be the limit for her. It's whether she wants to put in the work to get to that goal of being a WNBA player. And I think you finally have 200K Jasmine. That's amazing. Congratulations. Congratulations on getting 200K. That's it's a big number because one, it leaves the 100K to really for the long term if you wanted, and you could take 100K of that and just find your exit plan and make some money out of that. But like I was saying, if there's a lot of girls that want to play basketball or want to do sports but don't know how tall they're going to be, and most likely they're not going to be as tall as that. So you're kind of guessing unless you have two parents that are like, if they're 7 feet tall, if a mom and a dad are 7 feet tall, most likely that child is going to be pretty tall. So get them prepared to play any sport. But for me, I'm 6'3". My wife is 5'5" or 5'4", 5'5" on a good day. So then, what are the heights of my children, right? Of Harper and Hayden? Are they going to be in the middle? Are they going to be more of my height? They have all of my other dominant traits, but I don't know if they're going to be my height. Because if they are, you bought it because of my live. Well, I'm glad you have it and you're able to experience some gains where we see it. um, oh, you bought it because of this live. So you're for the last 3K that you bought, it wasn't like from previous days. It was from today. So that's good. That's good that you have 200K. Are you up on Jasmcoin overall? I would imagine you have your cost basis is less than a penny. I would hope. I think that's a great place to be. If you have 100,000, 200,000, or even up to 1 million at less than a penny, you are set. I think. um, Hopefully this year 10. If not, then next cycle 25 plus, 2028. I'm right there with you. Honestly, if I were rich, I would just throw it into Vanguard ETF, and I don't uh, want to keep up with everything. No, I totally understand. That's exactly the mindset. I think for majority of people that have a decent amount of money that have experience with the markets, you throw majority of that money into, you know, Vanguard ETFs or Fidelity ETF or Charles Schwab ETF or whatever, right? Something that obviously has a long-standing history of success and everything. Um, and you're able to gain a certain percentage from the growth of that ETF as well as maybe even the dividend that it's paying. So for me, I like to kind of split it. It's not necessarily following, it's like tracking everything. All I'm doing is putting it into specific ETFs and just breaking them out by percentage. So maybe 25% will go into, or you know what, 30% um, will go into, let's say, SCHG. Then 40% will go into the SPY. And then another 30% will go into the Dow Jones, right? So I'm splitting it up from industries. I'm focusing on seeing tech stocks. Sorry. I'm focusing on seeing tech stocks, a tech sector, um, a financial sector, communication sector, industrials, right? I'm looking for a lot of those things to be hit so that I can see that growth. And depending on, if technology is just not a main driver that year, but, um, you know, financial services will be the main driver this year, right? That's kind of what I want to focus on to see that something is going to succeed one year. But technology is, I feel like you can't go wrong with it. Tech is always, we're always innovating. We're always seeing newer things in tech. So, but that's true. Take your money that you're gaining, um, and put that into a place to where you can sustain your wealth rather than, just take $100,000 a year and spend it. How about you put $1 million into an account where you can gain 10% per year? That's $100,000, and now you can spend whatever the proceeds are, whatever those gains are. I'm coughing a lot today. Honestly, I woke up with, or I went to sleep last night and I was like, I have kind of a little bit of a tingle in my throat and feel like I might be getting sick. So I took some medication. I took some like NyQuil type stuff, and it would help me sleep. I just want to make sure that I'm not sick. We have our first game this weekend. I can't be sick. So um, I want to see everyone play. I want to see the girls play. I don't want to have to be in the stands or watching somewhere else. I want to be right there. So I can't be. So I'll take a preemptive strike and just take some medication and take some of those zinc drops. But yeah, I felt it last night and this morning, honestly. So a little worried because when I'm coaching, I have to yell, right? I have to be like, get back, or call play calls, whatever the play call is. um, so we'll see. I'm excited about the game, though. I'm very excited. I don't know what that is. That's way too many letters. It's way too many letters to know what that is. And you said you're joking. I hope that word is a joke because I have no idea what that is. Um, I bought it last year about 80K. Took advantage when it dropped for another 120K, and was 3K short of 200. Oh, that's amazing. That's good. I don't know why my phone just opened. I'm still mad about that Game Boy Color. Still mad about that. Jasmine is 6 cents this quarter. All right, first quarter. Um, in my opinion, with all the partnerships Jasmine has with Toyota, Sony, Panasonic, Jensen, Jasmine will hit $5 by the end of the year and go up. You think it'll hit $5? $5 is a $250 billion market cap. I mean, I am a believer, kind of as much as the next person, but it's the problem with um, the the traders, right? Not traders as in like people that are against you or people that were on your side and now they're not. It's like traders, people that are trading stocks or trading crypto. Those people will see some of these significant points and look to sell. Like me, majority of my Jasmine coin is probably going to be gone by $1.50, and then having my forever amount that's there for a long period of time. So yeah, I feel like it's great to have those goals. I don't know if it'll hit $5. Um, I'm looking for Jasmine coin to hit 10 cents, 20 cents, and then keep moving forward. With all the things that it does have, that's great and it's going to push forward. But it really depends on actually seeing Jasmine coin implementation in a lot of these things as well. Seeing the use for Jasmine, not just seeing the volume to market cap ratio and seeing the popularity, seeing the volume, and going, this is going to be worth a lot more just because of that, right? It's the partnerships, it's the implementation of Jasmine coin within those partnerships, and to see that there's a use. I'd love to see Jasmine up to 10 cents by the end of May. I think it will be well before the end of May. Um, Toyota is the biggest company in Japan and only has 280 to $300 billion market cap. You can't be wishing that Jasmcoin or Jasmy be bigger than partnerships right away. Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. Um, but know that like we think of it as like the US dollar. The US dollar, um, I'm not going to think of it as that because you can't, the US dollar can't partner with businesses. But let's say it did. Um, if it partnered with a business that was a $10 million market cap and or 280 million or $1 billion market cap, you still would be able to see people utilize that dollar elsewhere, right? To then make this dollar more valuable. And the fact that it's partnered with other businesses that are alike could also skyrocket that market cap. But I agree with you. I don't think we need to push for a 200, $300 billion market cap right now. I think multiple $1 billion market cap is a great level to start. Um, but then see some things that are going to be done to sustain that level as well as make that level grow. Sadly, couldn't buy a whole lot on the dip as it was still above my original entry. Well, yeah, that's why I waited for like at least lower than 60% of a penny. I said if it came back, I would try and buy more, and it came down to 60% of a penny. I said this is an opportunity, so I bought. I bought another 500 plus thousand, um, and now I'm sitting in a good spot, I believe. Jasmine might hit 20, 25 cents at a peak, hopefully in this bull run. I like hearing your price predictions, right? Uh, if you're saying that Jasmine Coin's peak is 25 cents, I respect it. I think Jasmcoin's peak is $1 to $1.50. I don't think the highest point is 25 cents. I think we will see resistance points at 20 or 25 cents for sure. But I don't think it is the highest point. I think it is a peak, not the peak. That's true about Toyota, but Jasmine is crypto, not a car. Yeah, I mean, you connected with both with multiple businesses, and you know the use of that was what makes it valuable. Come on, Shiba and Lunik. What are they doing? Let me go to my watch list. I can see that's moving the most. So Jasmine Coin is second. You got XRP that's back up to $2.38. Fantastic to see. Shiba Inu is up by 8% and 32% for the last 7 days. It's amazing. Terra Luna Classic up by 6% and 24% for the last 7 days. A little bit less lackluster performance, but still positive nonetheless. So the market's about to open soon, and we're going to see what happens in the stock market, what happens in the crypto market. Hopefully, we see things just really start to move. I wish I had a better visual on crypto, like moving more and more. Like if I go over to BTCC, it shows me a little bit more movement. That's not BTCC, that's Margex. BTCC, you're gonna see that you have a little bit more movement, right? I can see it move. I can go by the minute or go by time and just see it move that way, or go by the minute and just see it making these moves here, just so we can see where the price goes and whether it does absolutely skyrocket. We got about 4 minutes until the market opens. Can't stake in my state. How would one get around that, please? First, I'll tell you that I don't know much about getting around um, state restrictions. I would imagine you are in New York. Am I right? Tell me I'm right. Tell me I'm right. Three, two, one. You're right. New Jersey. Close. Oh, you said close to me. Jinx. You owe me a soda. Um, yeah, I'm not good with getting around state restrictions. Um, I apologize for not having that answer. But yeah, 10 minutes away from New York. I feel like I feel like there's not many states that have these restrictions. I feel like it's just a couple. Can't take oh sorry. 10 cents your first target for Jasmine? Yes, 10 cents is my first target for Jasmine. That's why I didn't sell at 6 cents. But I was able to get more at levels of 60% of a penny. So now when I sell at 10 cents, I still will have over 1 million Jasmcoin. Thanks for answering the question. Answering though, I appreciate it. No problem. I try to answer everything. I wish I had a way to get around all that stuff, but I don't. I don't even like to tell people how you can get around taxes because, uh-oh, it's starting to come back. You see those larger candles. Um, but yeah, even if like I have a good amount of different things that are staked on my Ledger wallet, and I don't know if that's an option to own a Ledger wallet and stake through Ledger, but you also can only stake the things that they offer there rather than going on crypto.com or going on Coinbase and being able to stake there. Are you allowed to access um, are you allowed to access Ledger and trade with that, or is that not allowed either? It's all be here when it hits 1 cent. I think it will. I think we're gonna see it boom and just it's gonna go off the screen. Boom, pick up. It is 9:29. The stock market opens in 1 minute. I'm very, very upset about the Game Boy Color. Not sure, but with the data thing, I'm scared. I mean, yeah, that's always tough. I heard about that, which I never checked my wallet at all. Everything seems to be in order in my wallet. And I also have a decent amount staked. I don't know how much I have staked. Let me check. I could stake more. I was trying to stake I think it was CRO over here because I have 100,000 CRO. And I was gonna stake that over here, but then I decided or I didn't decide. It didn't allow me to do it. There was like a restriction of some sort. I'm in the past 629. Ah, you're on the West Coast. It is now 9:30, so let's start seeing these green candles. Let's start seeing it pick up. That's not the green candle I wanted. That's red. That's the opposite color. All right, now we're starting to see some green. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Look at that. Go off the screen. That's what I want. I want you to, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I want you to just like have a large candle that just pops off the screen. Now, if it does, don't think that that is the largest move you've ever seen. It's only going to be um, basically 1% or 2% of a penny move. Do you post on X? Slightly. I mean, I wish I posted more. I'm live streaming right now on X though. The only thing I posted in the last day besides live streaming is I just posted something about Jasmcoin and some googly eyes. That's pretty much it. But right now I am live on X. And I've been live on X as well as Twitch. And YouTube. That's not the green candle I want to see. Those aren't the green candles. I don't think they know what green is because I've said green candles, not red candles. That's a lot of red. Let's see how the stock market is going. Let's look at the SPY. Can I get some candlesticks here? Nobody wants to look at this line. Who wants to look at a line? Stop showing me this. Where are the candlesticks? Comparison, types of chart. Give me those candles. There we go. You can see the SPY moving. It's up by about 1%. Or sorry, $1. 0.1%. It's not necessarily a large move in any direction, but good to see those moves nonetheless. But yeah, the things that I'm staking, I currently am staking Ethereum, BNB, Solana, Cosmos, and Avalanche, all on the Ledger wallet. So if you have the ability to use the Ledger wallet, maybe that's a way around it. And again, you said you're afraid of what happened with Ledger. Let's go to Ledger News. Crypto wallet firm Ledger faces customer data breach through payment processor Global E something. E data. What does this mean? So while that's running and while it's up by, let's see if this is making a move. All right, we got a large green candle. Let's go. Keep going. Pick it up just a little bit. Large green candle. Oh, it's getting bigger. Hold up. Hold up. Keep going. Don't stop there. 90% of a penny. Let's go. Don't. Don't go back down. Back up. That way. North, not south. North. That's what we want to see. Get up there. Get up there. Keep it going. Is it hitting 1 cent? 62% of the people say yes, it's going to hit 1 cent. However, 38% of the people that voted said it's not going to hit 1 cent this morning. That's only 10% of a penny to get to 1 cent. You probably do need a lot more millions of dollars to go into it, but that could be the case. It's going to fly off this screen. DXRP has closed pre-sales. Does it say when the actual launch? Preparing TGC or TGE. We're moving to the next stage. TGE is approaching. Once it's live, you'll be able to claim from the same wallet used to participate. Okay. And the current price is sitting at what? Or at 90% of a penny. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I'm up 500% on this Jasmcoin investment. A 10x leverage at 60% of a penny. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. I want to see it up 100% today. That's what I want to see. Keep going, man. Don't let the last 30 minutes pass you by. I can't collect this B&B. It's not allowing me to collect this B&B. You think it's hitting a resistance? I mean, it almost got to 91. Almost got to 91% of a penny. I feel like that resistance just below 1 cent would have already happened. Um, Grok will pump or dump. I think Grok is already pumping, so I'm gonna go with pump. Pump. Nope, you're going the wrong way, buddy. Going the wrong way. Don't you dare get some negativity there. Many people are adopting that same thought. It's like, I think it's gonna fall before 1 cent. No, it's not. Let's go. Buy into it. Hold it. All Jasmine shorts are being liquidated for the past week. Yeah, liquidation goes on both sides. Q1 launch. I think it's hitting resistance below 1 cent. 1 cent is the resistance. I heard that Luna Classic is going to be added to a new site. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Once we break 1 cent, I hope that's the new base. Yeah, don't we all? But are we hitting 1 cent today? We are almost at 91% of a penny. We officially just hit 91% of a penny. Only 9 more percent of a penny to get to that 1 cent mark, which may sound like a lot because it took a lot to move to this point, but we need to see it like absolutely break to a massive level. Here we go. Here we go. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Aster DEX's Dex is the company adding Luna Classic. Huh. Didn't know that. That's news to me. We got 82 people here, guys. If you can hit the like button, if you haven't had a chance to hit the like button, please do so. It does help out the channel, helps out growth and all that stuff. But I heard through the grapevine that if you hit the like button and get me up to 250 likes, that we will actually hit 1 cent. That's what I heard. That's what they told me. Because now we're going the opposite direction because people didn't hit the like button. So, I mean, it's up to you guys. Once it gets to 250, that price starts pushing. I don't know why. I don't know why it does. We're at 210. That's a see. You see how once you hit the like button, there was like a little bit of life there. You can see how it's turning green. How it's gonna pick up a little bit more. Watch, get it to 212, and then boom, pushes even further. Look, see, 212, green, green, more green. Keep going. Fill that candle. See that? There's nothing happening, guys. Maybe there is. Let's try and find some correlation. A correlation. Some sort of correlation. That's what I was looking for. See, now it's picking up. 216 and it's green. I was down 900 on Jasmy. I'm only down 140 right now. Happy and still buying when I was down. Yeah, I mean that's the point is I was down on majority of my positions and I wish I could have bought all of them. I didn't have enough money to buy all of them because I believe in it at the prices that I bought it at. I'm definitely going to believe in it at the prices that are lower than where I bought it at for sure. You know, if if AVAX is at a $20 price point, I'm like, this is a great buy at $20, and it gets down to $12. Of course, I'm gonna believe in it at $12. Yeah, so I'm gonna buy more, but do I have enough money to buy more? I didn't, so I buy what I can buy. Now we're pushing a bit. Now we're pushing a bit. Oh, that candlestick is getting green. I told you guys, 218 likes. He got me up to 218 and then the like stopped. So guess what happened? The price is now starting to come back down. Hit that like button. Watch it pump. 220. 220 likes, 250 likes. Whoa. Yeah, it picked up a little bit. It was like 92% of a penny for like, kind of resisted from that, but it's close to 92% of a penny. Mm. All right, we got 90 people here. So hit that like button. Let me know what you're investing into. Are you invested into, um, obviously you're here because of Jasmcoin. How much do you have of Jasmcoin? You can tell me dollar wise. You can tell me how many coins you have, um, what your cost basis is, and then even your price prediction. Whatever you want to say. The floor is yours. I should have bought more. I mean, we all could have bought more. I wish I would. I wanted to get another million. So I was hoping that if we were going to see that drop, that it would have come down to my original cost basis. Now, my cost basis hasn't been risen by too much. So if I go over to Coinbase really quick, I'll say really quick because we want to look at that a little bit more. And I go to Jasmcoin, you're going to see my cost basis actually has rose a little bit, right? It's at 54% of a penny instead of 4 or 40% of a penny. So I currently own 1.4 Jasmy over here. I have 100,000 that's sitting in my Ledger wallet. You can still buy Jasmy. You can. It's just always like whenever something is up by 30% or 40% or something like that, you never want to purchase at those levels. Even though it may be a good level compared to where it's going to go, you never want to purchase on uh, where it's FOMOing, where many people are buying into it, where you see high percentages of growth, either within a day or within a shorter time period or a short time period, like 7 days. Like if something's up 150% in a week, I don't want to buy that because I'm chasing it. However, if I believe in it much higher than that, no matter if it does decrease to the older price, I'm still looking at it for a gain above my buying price. Well above my buying price. 1.1 million cost point 16. So I'm ready for this. 100,000 Jasmine, 100,000 in Jasmine trying to help pay for my daughter's wedding. That would be amazing. I'm not there yet. My daughters are still below the age of 10. So, but time is flying, I'll tell you that. Hey, you're going the wrong way, buddy. You're going the wrong way. Let's not get that big red candle here. But I guess we have to have those to have your back to earth situation. So it looks like it might bounce off of the 200 EMA, or is that the 50 moving average? That's a 20 moving average. It is a very short period of time, so I guess that makes sense because what we're looking at is like minute by minute. I got some while at 1.9 of a penny because I thought I was missing out. 1.9. 1.9 of a penny. Oh, we're really coming back here. Come on. Bounce off of that 20 moving average. If you got a little bit of a bounce, you're going to need some sort of retracement. That's true. Still down 78% year to date. For sure. It still is. What that shows me is opportunity, especially in something that has experience in this much volume to market cap ratio, that has this many things going for it, for sure. Still down a larger amount, but there's so much potential left there that we're going to see this level of growth. We're going to see a larger level of growth. I'm very tired. I'm not going to sleep after this. I would like to get like an energy drink or something. I think I'm gonna leave this here and I'm gonna get an energy drink real quick because I need energy. 2.6 million at 60% of a penny. Thank you for all you do, Matt. No problem. I'm glad you have 2.6 million is great. That's a lot, and I can't wait for you to succeed. So every penny that this gets to, you're at $26,000 added every penny. That is amazing. And at 10 cents, you have $260,000. At 20 cents, you have $520,000. That is amazing. What's your 2 year prediction for Jasmine? Well, we're going to have a bear market in there somewhere. So if we're talking about the end of the 2 years, I would expect it to be low. But um, I really don't expect like a crazy drop. When I say crazy drop, I mean like what we've seen before. You know, 80% from the peak. I don't expect to see that. What I expect to see is somewhere around the 40 or 50% mark from the peak, but it really depends um, on ETFs, on institutions, on leverage trading, on so many different things. My expectation is seeing that level of potentially a dollar this bull run and seeing a resistance from that to tens of cents. It could be 50, it could be 40 cents, which if it gets to a dollar, that would be a 60% drop. I don't expect a 80 to 90% drop like we've seen before. Am I late to the party? I put $202 on Jasmine this morning, I believe. I'm long. As long as you understand that there is room below and there's room above the price that you bought at, you should be fine. Don't overreact when it goes too low. Don't overreact uh, when it starts to jump. It just jumped 92, almost 93% of a penny. Is it going to hit 1 cent this morning? 64% of the people that are in this live stream say yes. 36% say no. I have around 500K. That's amazing. Congratulations on the people that have a good amount. 2.6 million, 1.2, sitting on 1.2. Be lucky to get back to 2 cents. I don't think so. I don't think it needs to be lucky to get back to 2 cents. Heard Jasmine was getting an ETF in Japan. I don't know where you heard that because I don't have that news. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get one of the energy drinks. I have a goat drink. It's not like goat flavored, but it's called goat. I didn't taste them yet. Also, it came back. That's interesting. That's called goat fuel. I guess it has different people in each thing. I think I saw one with like Tiger Woods or something. It's interesting. Hey, goat fuel, if you wanna sponsor me, I'm just playing. I rarely drink any type of energy drinks, but if I do, it's basically just a sip. They get my heart pounding. All energy drinks, no matter what they are. And I don't even know how much, you know, uh, caffeine or whatever is in this. Let's see. 200 milligrams of natural caffeine. Not a big fan and I only drink them when I like if I'm driving somewhere, I know I'm driving a far distance and it's at night, I'll have one of a different type of energy drink. It's always different. It'll be Celsius, it could be goat fuel, it could be prime, whatever it is, just something that's going to give me a little bit of energy to drive. Because I find, from my problem, is I find car rides to be very soothing. I don't know if anybody else is in the same boat. Jasmine needs to fix their mainnet plan. I'm, I mean, that comes in due time. Let's say that. I'm almost in the profit zone. I'm down $90. All right. Hi, Matt. I first heard about Jasmine from you in February 2023. Did some research and started loading up. Thanks for the tip. No problem, Gary. No problem. I'm very happy to help anybody with any type of information. And it's great that what you said. You said you heard it from me. I talked about it. You did some research and you started loading up, understanding what you believe Jasmcoin was going to be. And it's great to see that you're consistently adding more and believing in it. But you can see, what is this? Can't answer that. You can see that that I believe in it a lot more than what some people would say about me, right? They're like, oh, well, it gets to a level of 5 cents and or 6 cents, and Matt's gone, and there's never going to be another discussion about Jasmcoin. No, I still have all my Jasmcoin. I believe in it at a certain price. You see my target zones. I start to sell some of it at my target price, and then I'm good, right? Um, I'm not giving up on a play that I fully believe has the ability to go a lot further than where it stands. Now, there are some that are in my portfolio that I believed in and haven't experienced that level of growth yet. Maybe they will never experience that growth. But ones that I mentioned like this, it actually has utility, actually has popularity, and then has a bunch of doubters. Um, you can see it. You can see the growth. You can see the potential. You can see all those things. And that's why, I stay firm on, what I'm doing. I didn't only have 1 million. I doubled down when it got back to my cost basis or got back down to a low level, yeah, essentially increasing my cost basis, but still at a reasonable level. Um, he's gonna sell a percentage at 10 cents. Are you still sticking to your exit plan? 10 cents your first sell? Yes, so 10 cents is my first initial selling point. I've always stuck to that plan. um, the only thing is now this kind of gets in the way where I could take some profit here. I can take all of this profit if I wanted to, but when it gets back to 6 cents or I guess it gets to 4 cents, I would be able to take my initial investment plus profit just from this alone. So would I then need to take 200,000 Jasmy at 10 cents? I don't need to. I still could, and I still would have 1.2 million left. Technically 1.3 million left, but I only look at the amount that I have for a short term and ultra short term here. Anything that's long term or forever is over in my ledger wallet, which is 100,000. And if I take 200,000 or 200,000 Jasmine coin at a level of 10 cents, that will give me $20,000 worth of a gain. Plus, taking this, it would give me an extra $10,000 at a lower level at 4 cents versus the 10-cent mark. If I take that at 10 cents, the profit increases substantially. So here's this. Let me go ahead and show this. So if it's at 0.010, that would be $26,000, which would give me this profit, but then also give me the $20,000 profit that I take for the 200,000 Jasmine that I decide to take out. You know? So, yeah. But then I still have 1.2 million to trade in the long term. And I would hope that I can get that value up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, which at a 10-cent mark, my 1.4 million would be worth 140,000. So I could essentially have that off of a $8,000 investment. I'll take that any day of the week, and I'm sure anybody else would. Hey, I was down $800. Now I'm down 90. It's a big deal for me. Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. The only thing that happens usually when when it gets to a point where you buy something and you see it decrease and you see that you're down maybe hundreds of dollars or whatever, when it finally does get to break even, a lot of people will say the same thing. I should probably just sell at break even and just, when it falls back down, I'll buy in more, or when it falls back down, I'll be happy that I got out. Um, that's where a ton of people will make a mistake on their future gains, not necessarily on their finances, right? If you gain your money back, then that's great. you can sit on that and be happy with the money that you had and that you didn't lose any money. But then you go back and look at it, and Jasmine is at 10 cents, 20 cents, or 50 cents, and you're like, I should have held on to it, you know? So if you believed in it at the price that you bought it at, you should definitely believe in it at a lower price, right? You should believe in it again when it gets to that price you were at. So I just want to make sure that people don't make that mistake to where they start going, I I should have, could have, would have. I ran into people, I'm telling you, people that had hundreds of thousands of XRP, so much more XRP than me. And they were, when I had 50,000, they had 300,000. And when I had 100,000, they had 400,000 and 500,000. And some people even got up to 900,000. I think I saw somebody at 900, not at a million yet, but 900,000 XRP. And um, I am sad to tell you that that person didn't have 900,000 XRP when it hit a level of 300 or $3.65. You know how much they had? Zero. Because they said that they wanted to take, since XRP wasn't moving, they wanted to take some of that money and throw it on another position that they believed in, or a larger amount, take that and put it on another position. And that other position did nothing while XRP ran by 500%, maybe even more than that. Like it really increased from a level of 50 cents up to $3.65. And that person reached out to me and said, I made a huge mistake. And my response to them was that you're going to have these mistakes that happen all the time. The one thing you want to do is you learn from that mistake. If you believed in something for so long and you let another position talk you out of owning that position that you believed in for years, in a heartbeat, and then all of a sudden, as soon as you decide to sell it, it now starts to move. That's what happens. That is what happens. I never, and I try not to use absolutes, I never anymore trade one position for another. If I wanted a position, I will find a way to buy it. If I don't have the money for it, I am not pulling from the positions that I currently own to grab that new position. Jasmcoin is making some moves. It's up to 93% of a penny now. So I don't want anyone to make that mistake where they have a million Jasmcoin and they decide Jasmcoin's not it and they sell it and they just they have to sit on the sidelines the entire time. And a worse situation is somebody that bought Jasmcoin, or sorry, bought XRP when it was at 50 cents, sold it at 70, thinking that it was going to come back down because that's what it has historically did, but then continued to increase and got up to like 150 or whatever the top point was. But then they bought back in kind of at a peak point in that moment, and then it started to drop for a retracement because obviously you see growth, you're going to see a retracement, and they ended up selling on that retracement because they bought more at the peak point, tried to buy back in, and they ended up losing money. And now not only did they buy higher, they lost money, and they didn't have the opportunity to see XRP run to $3.65 because after that it did run to $2 and $2.50 and $3, and they didn't buy any more. So they bought in, sold it, saw it rise, bought in, lost money, sold it, and they just watched it run without them. That's something that hurts. It really does. I've been there in the stock market, and I don't want to be there in the crypto market. I'll tell you that. Congrats, Victor. It doesn't, wait, it doesn't how much, it doesn't how much you have a win in crypto. It's still a win. It doesn't matter. Oh, okay, you're saying it doesn't matter how much you have as a win. A win is a win in crypto. Got you. At 1.5 million Doge at 4,000, sold it for break and missed almost $1 million. Yeah, that's how it goes, right? You never know exactly how far that's gonna go, um, and it's tough when it does hit you. When you're like, I had this much and I sold it, you feel like the guy that sold 10,000 Bitcoin for two pizzas. It's like you feel just like him. You could have had almost $1 million, but you didn't because you sold it for whatever the break was, which you still made money out of it. You should be happy about that. Um, and Dogecoin's a little bit more difficult because Dogecoin is a meme coin, and you think that a meme coin, how far is this going to last? So that's kind of more understandable than selling something that the reason why you're investing into it is because of the utility and because of what the future value is going to bring, not necessarily just what the gains will tell you it's going to be. Right? If you're like, oh, I think I'm going to gain $10 million from this play. Why? Well, because it has popularity. Okay, now that's understandable. Whatever you gain, whatever you want to sell it at, you can sell it at. If you say, oh, because of the utility, because it's going to do this, 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 and this by 2030. Well, you said by 2030, but you didn't let it survive for a month. So you can't be impatient on something that has long term value. So Dogecoin, I can understand, sort of. Still hurts. But Jasmy and XRP and others have actual utility, and it can be adopted, and you can have partnerships and all that stuff. That's what makes it different. Matt is a true crypto believer. I am. Thanks, Matt. I bought it at almost 2 pennies, but was like 40K Jasmy, and I got 200K now, and um, it's going for profit after today. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see. Or I'm just delusional. No, win is a win. I think we still need to see ETH get above 5K and hold for altcoins to really pop. What do you think? I think ETH should have already been at 5K. I don't know how that's being manipulated, but it is. Um, because with the ETFs and the amount of inflows into those ETFs and the amount of movement for that, I expect Ethereum to be at a much higher position than where it stands right now. But yes, I do want to see that break above 5K, hold 5K. Um, but it doesn't mean that Ethereum has to be the leader of all altcoins. It looks like it because it has the higher market cap, but that may not be the case very soon. You might have a BNB or you might have an XRP that kind of take over that. Matt was a voice of reason in dark days through the wilderness. I guess so. They're manipulating Jasmine. I don't know if they have any type of way to manipulate it. Oh, now we're seeing a pull. Now we're seeing a pull. Look at that. Break through the 20 moving average. That red candlestick is heavy, but it's not something that ever worries me. Y'all think Jasmine is a good buy? I already have 200,000. Thinking about buying $5,000 more. If you bought $5,000 more, you would basically get another 500,000, right? If you did. Um, I think it's a good buy. The issue is that right now you're buying at a large gain in the past 7 days. But if you stand on the price and go 90 cent is a good price, or 90% of a penny is a good price, um, maybe you can wait for a little bit of a retracement back to 85% of a penny or something. Um, but if you believe in the price, you have to show that you believe in the price for the long term, right? If it does retrace, yeah, it's negativity right now, but it will turn into major positivity as we see Jasmcoin succeed. Jasmine is the best risk to reward in crypto. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right. There are probably some other ones that are like hidden gems that have a large risk to reward. I think Ren is a large risk to reward. I put $4,000 into that at I think 80% of a penny or something, and I think that has a lot of reward potential. Huge risk, a large amount of reward that you can get from it. Now, again, it's a huge risk. That's why, and I never put that much into a larger risk, but I was like, let me try and throw this risk. I feel like what I was looking at, there's so much more potential for what Ren can be, as well as just looking at the investment side of it and the fact that in altcoin season, we'll see that push a lot further. So I think Ren is a really, really good um, risk to reward, because we're talking about a low market cap for something that was worth a lot more than where it stands. And again, this is not to push this play on you, not artificial super intelligence alliance, but looking at Ren, it is currently at a $6 million market cap with $423,000 worth of volume, on 26 other exchanges that are there. I wish it was on S tier exchanges, but I think it got delisted from some of them, I'm pretty sure. But I think there were some issues with that. Um, Either way, highest price, all time high being $1.83. It currently sits at 61% of a penny. $1.83 is not a ridiculous market cap. So the market cap history for all, you see this at $1 billion market cap. It sits at a $6 million market cap. Can this get back to there? Who really knows? It's down 92%. That's why I decided to take that risk. It's a large risk because Ren has a lot of stuff, a lot of baggage right now. Um, but I looked at it, total supply, circulating supply, all out there, no dilution, at a $6 million market cap. There's a lot of upside that we can see within that, even up to a $50 million market cap where I can get my money back plus a lot more. So I think this is a big risk, but also could see huge returns. um, for Ren, I don't even know how much I currently have. Let me go back here and let me go to Kraken. I might have to log in. I don't want to have to log in on my. I'll just go on my phone. I hate when I have to do all this extra stuff, but it is for security purposes. I understand. Let me see. So I have. Come on. I have 591,000 Ren, 592,000 Ren, which is currently down 26% from where I bought, 83% of a penny. My cost basis, I spent basically $5,000 on this play, and it is a super risky play. Like, I don't expect anybody to make that move, because if I did lose the entire thing, I would be comfortable with that, because I'm in my mind taking from the gains of XRP and saying $5,000 could be worth a lot more for what Ren could be. Does that make sense? And I talked about it before. Thank you for the gifted membership, Wise Mind. I appreciate that. I'm in the green on Jasmine, average around 80% of a penny. I've been buying $100 every now and then for months. Well, that's good. Jasmine is, I read that. I watched it go to 4 cents and didn't sell earlier this year. I'll wait for it to pull back. Um, I do believe in Jasmine. You were the person that showed it to me actually. Actually, why? Sorry. I thought that was continuation of that. But yeah, um, I'm glad that I can show that to or show people the positions, and then they do their own research and they find that it it could be valuable for them, you know, um, and that you're finding your own path on where you want to sell and what you want to own and what like how you believe in it, maybe even how you want to use it in the end, all that stuff. Actually, why I was buying Ivan, throw my profit down on Jasmine. I want one other thing to buy right now. Any suggestions? I mean, I don't have. So if I was to say what I think is still a good play, I actually think Caspa is still a good play at 5 cents and a 1.4. Oh, I think I was supposed to take Emmy in for a bath. Hello, this is Matt. Sorry. I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, you're muted. You're speaking and you're muted." I wasn't talking to you guys. I was talking on the phone. um, yeah, Emmy has a bath. Not on the 6th. What am I doing here? All right. All right. Can I use my credit card to buy Jasmcoin? I mean, you should be able to. I wouldn't recommend it. You shouldn't you shouldn't use credit. You shouldn't go into debt to buy investments. I know there are some people that do it in different ways where they can utilize that debt and make a lot of money from it. Um, but that's not what you want to do. The only case where I would say that's wise is if, let's say, you have a $200,000 mortgage, right? And you have 30 years to pay that off. Would you pay off the total value of your house, or would you put that $200,000 in the markets? Um, I'll give you I'll give you a hint. One way, you're saving about $180,000, and the other way, or maybe 200, depending on the interest rate. These interest rates, you're probably saving $300,000 or so in interest. And the other side, you are probably going to make maybe a million or two out of it if you had the money already, for sure. So a lot of people will say, you pay your if you can pay your house in cash, that's great. Depending on if it's an income property or not. But you shouldn't pay your house in cash. You should you should pay whatever you need to pay to pay the mortgage and all that stuff. But um, what you would be uh, making in the interest over here would definitely um, eat up that interest that you're paying over here. $200,000 making 10% per year and for 30 years, you're gonna be able to go get a lot from that, right? So if I had a interest calculator, I don't know exactly what it is, but um, not a loan mortgage calculator. So if you had a $200,000 mortgage, oh, we're really pushing 95% of a penny now. Let's just keep that up. 95% of a penny. I'm gonna do 20% down. Let's say the interest rate is, let's say you already had it and it's 5%. Down payment, 5%. Get away with the minimum. Long-term interest rate, 5%. Loan fees. What loan fees? No loan fees. Point PMI, no, it's fine. Calculate. It's not going to give me the numbers. We're at 94.5% of a penny. Are you up yet? Someone said that they were down. They were down $90. Are you now up on your position or is it close? Fam can't hear nothing. Can't hear nothing. I know. I was muted. Almost 1 cent. I can see it. Uh, there might be 32% of the chat that's wrong. 32%. What's the actual percentage that it's up? Refresh. Jasmcoin is 35%, 36% up in the last 24 hours, 63% in the last day or 7 days. Seeing $136 million worth of volume. Jasmcoin's looking good. 28.98% volume to market cap ratio. It's crazy. It's insane. We almost back to top 100. Where's that? Oh, it's at 101. It gets to the top 100, it's going to be on everybody's list because you go like this and you look at things that are moving the most. Jasmcoin isn't in there. But once it gets to that top 100, people are going to search for what's up the most, and then boom, there's going to be more and more. There's going to be a lot more FOMO that happens because not a lot of people go in um, the top 200 page. So you get to the top 100, and that's it. Everybody's searching for it. It's running. It's at 102 right now. I'm up like 45%, man. That's amazing. Too many good things. Capital gains for crypto is flat 20%. Is that true? Because I paid a lot more my last taxes. Definitely, especially the ones that were short term, that they considered short term. I paid like 30 something percent. Everybody in the naysayers are mad because they didn't invest 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago, holding 53K. That's amazing. XRP to the moon. XRP to the moon. Is XRP running too? I mean, everything seems to be in the green, but Jasmcoin is up a little bit more. Are you into dividends? Am I into dividends? Yes. I have a whole dividend portfolio. I'll show you guys over here. This is this SPY. I have a whole dividend portfolio. This is my traditional IRA that I'm maxing out every year. I started 4 months ago. But this is my dividend portfolio. I gain about $8,000 in dividends every year so far, and I expect to add at least 12,000, if not 24,000, into this portfolio this year. And yeah. Matt, do you think it can get to 10 cents? Yes, I think it can get to 10 cents. That's why I'm holding until 10 cents for my first sell target. Um, my first sell target is 10 cents. My next sell target, I believe, is like 15 or 20. But then I will continue to move up as the price moves up as well. So, yes, I do believe it can get to 10 cents. Jasmine to 10 cents easily this year. That's what I want to hear. Okay. Yeah. I like dividends. I take a lot of my profits from either crypto or um, making money on YouTube or side hustles, and I'm investing into my dividend portfolio. And I plan on taking, I would hope that when I can take that $5 price point for XRP and take some of that profit, that majority of that profit can go into my dividend portfolio as well as maxing out uh, my traditional IRA. XRP December 2026 prediction. Dude, please say good. Say good something about it. You say something good about 2026. So my hope is to see XRP, and again, this is a hope. My hope is to see a minimum of $10, a max, not a middle ground of $20. And then I would love to see something further than that, right? My minimum needs to be in that range of 10 to 20. However, we could be looking at that as we move along, and towards the end of the year could be the start of the bear market. I hope not, but it could be the start of the bear market, where prices start to decrease or decline. But I don't think whenever this bear market does happen, I don't think that it will be a long-standing bear market. I think it will be a shorter bear market, based on all the things that we've seen, all the positivities. I just bought some Ren on Phantom Wallet. I told you don't have to buy Ren. Like, I like Ren because I feel like there's a lot of potential there, but I told you didn't have to buy Ren. I hope that you can see kind of maybe what I saw, or maybe a little bit more. I just see so much potential in what is there. Hey Matt, do you think this is just a rally, or maybe the start of the altcoin season? I mean, so altcoin season, it's tough. It's tough to say whether it is. I want to believe so, because what we've seen recently is that the stock market and the crypto market were moving inversely. Typically, when we see that happen, especially last year, we saw cryptocurrency that was absolutely skyrocketing, the the stock market that was not plummeting, but at least staying flat, if not falling a little bit. So I'm expecting that that's kind of a driver in that, as well as Bitcoin not moving as much as some of these larger altcoins. So I'm hoping that that's the case, but I really don't know. And I think anybody that tells you that they do know, they're lying to you. It's not a given that these things are going to happen. My thought is to say yes. But every time that I've gone, I believe it's altcoin season because of this, this, and this, it hasn't been, right? It's dropped down, or we've seen Bitcoin run and have more dominance. So it's tough. I just looked at Jasmine and immediately came to see if Matt was talking about it. So glad I loaded up more. Well, first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for looking for me to see if I was talking about it. But for sure, I'm mentioning where Jasmcoin is going. I hope that it continues to pick up instead of seeing all of this negativity right now. There's a lot of red that's in the market, but you need to see some retracements before you see positivity. But it's definitely a good starting point. Matt, what's up? What's going on? What's happening? Somebody came to my door yesterday, and I already have fiber internet because I got tired of Xfinity. I already got fiber internet, but they for some reason had me on the list, had our house on the list as somebody that doesn't have fiber. So I was like, okay, I need to find them. Next time they knock on the door, I'll talk to them. It definitely is coming back quite a bit. So they knocked on the door and left something, or they didn't knock on the door, they just left something on the door, and I heard it, and I had to like go out there and catch him. It's like, hey, I already have fiber internet. They were like, oh, we have you on the list. And then before I could even say another like sentence, he was like, wait, your voice sounds familiar. Do I know you? I was like, I don't think so. And he was like, are you on the internet or something? And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I have a YouTube channel. He was like, I don't really look at investments or anything like that. I looked at it for a little bit for a while, And he was like, maybe that's where I saw you from. And then he pulled up my channel. He was like, yeah, that was definitely you. So I was just like, small world, because I haven't usually, in the past, I would go to like a mall or something, and always run into somebody that has seen my channel. It's always great to have conversations, like-minded conversations. But recently, I haven't had that experience much. Um, so it's just like it was just funny. It was like, do I know you from somewhere? And I was just immediately thinking like high school or college or something. And then when he was like, your voice sounds familiar, I was like, oh, okay. Because that's all I do on here. All I do is talk. Pick it up, Jasmcoin. What are you doing? Don't come back like this. Pick it up. It's because people aren't hitting the like button. Where's the likes at? Let's see where it's at. See, it's still not at 250. I think they knew that and they were like, it's not at 250, so we can't run. So you got to get the likes up. Hit that like button, and then you're gonna see it bounce. Wouldn't it be funny if they actually got the likes up and then all of a sudden it just skyrockets to 2 cents or something? That would be insane. Jasmine Coin reached 20 cents this week. You think it's gonna reach 20 cents this week? I would love to see it, but I'm not banking on it. I'm not holding my breath for 20 cents. Man, I think Solana is dead. Dead, right? Just flowing around 100 to 160. I don't think it's dead. I just think it doesn't have a lot of attention right now. I think it's an altcoin, a top altcoin that doesn't have a ton of attention like it did um, earlier or last year. Because last year got to like $250 or something. It was at a 100 plus billion-dollar market cap um, for quite some time. Is crypto your only income? No. I get, and the thing about income is like I always throw it in the same spot because I have dividend income that I just throw right back into my dividend portfolio. I just reinvest it. I have exchange income, so I get certain percentages of people that are trading on different exchanges. I have sponsorship income as well. Um, I have YouTube revenue that also will happen. I have affiliate marketing income that comes from different places, whether people click on certain links that are in the description. Um, so I have various incomes that most of it gets funneled. If it gets funneled through to my dividend portfolio or something like that. But then I also have the gains that I make in crypto over a shorter period of time. So whether it's day trading or swing trading, I'll have that income as well. I hate Solana. They let a lot of scam coins thrive there. I mean, it's not necessarily about letting it thrive. It's about people creating what they create. Um, and Solana was like for the longest time was the easiest to do that and the fastest because you would go through BNB, but BNB wasn't really like the one because you couldn't really move things to Coinbase and to ETH platforms. Now, honestly, MetaMask makes it so easy to be able to. I don't want to make this a sponsorship for MetaMask, which I have had a sponsorship for MetaMask before, which is cool. Um, but MetaMask makes it so easy to swap, so easy to swap, where I can take USDT that's on the Binance Smart Chain and completely swap it for Ethereum on the Ethereum chain or USDT on the Ethereum chain, easy as day. And then I can send that over to Coinbase if I wanted to, and um, be able to sell it and everything. The one thing that I didn't want to have to do is always send it to crypto.com, which crypto.com has those larger spreads. So anytime I would sell BNB on crypto.com, I would have like a $10 spread or even more than that. At one point, I was gonna sell, I think it was like $10,000 or something of BNB, and my quoted amount was like 9,200. It was like $800 difference between where it was on MetaMask to where it is on crypto.com selling it. So, and honestly, that's any platform if you don't have access to the pro platform. So, I give crypto.com the benefit of the doubt because I don't have access to their exchange or their pro platform. All I have access to is their main thing. I got 35,000 on MetaMask, got hacked. How? Were you connected to multiple things? That's the one thing that I do frequently, and it's not saying it's a sure thing, is I'll go into the different things that I'm connected to. Let me see. I forget how to do this because they just changed it. Switch to side panel. I don't want to switch to side panel. Snap networks. I can look in networks, all permissions. So the permissions will tell you what it's connected to, and then you can remove those connections as you see fit. So what I haven't done is remove those connections, disconnect for some of them. And um, sometimes when you connect to something, you have to make sure that they don't have access to trading and everything. Because if they do, then they could potentially take from your wallet. Hmm. So we're currently at 92, almost 93% of a penny. We were at 95% of a penny, approaching 96. Am I not connected here? Okay. So yeah, 93% of a penny right now, approaching that 1 cent mark. Um, Matt, dump $100,000 on Jasmine to help the cause. What are you talking about? No. Binance. I wish I had just if I had an extra $100,000 to buy a bunch of things, there would be a ton of things that I would buy. I mean, like I would love to get more AVAX. I would love to um, even have more Cosmos. Um, I feel like I have a good amount of Terra Luna Classic, but who knows? Could have more. Definitely would buy more SUI. I have a decent amount of SUI, an okay amount. There's no main reason as to why Jasmcoin is really running. It's everything combined. It should be worth a lot more. That's the reason that I believe is that Jasmcoin should be worth a lot more. So it's kind of catching up to where the price or trying to push the price to where it should be. Um, the popularity on Jasmcoin is insane. What's the time in your country? I've done my dinner recently, bruh. It is about 11 o'clock. It's 10:48 a.m. funny you say in your country. That means that you are not in my country. It means that you are in a different country. So it's not about what time it is in my country. What time is it in the state that I live in my country? Okay, because on on the West Coast, which let's say California, it could be it's 3 hours earlier. So instead of 10:49, it's 7:49. It's 9:48. 9:48 in Kansas. So it's 1 hour. So there's a different time. That's I've always so I've always been shocked at, when I think about it, like how big the US actually is. Because I guess people from, other countries will visit the US and then they're like how long it takes to go from one side of the country to the other. Um, you can go through with the distance of us going from Pennsylvania to California, a relative distance overseas would be going through so many countries, right? New York, where are you at, bro? I'm Pennsylvania. Jasmine, $1. Is it possible this month? Is it possible this month? Yeah, anything is possible. Kevin Garnett said that best. Anything is possible. I don't know if anybody gets that reference, but um, it's possible. But I wouldn't say it's likely, right? That's a huge gain, a large amount of growth. So yeah, I would say probably not, bro. Just driving in Texas is insane. Yeah, well, just driving in Pennsylvania is insane because you can go from one side of Pennsylvania all the way to the other side. I can go from um, Allentown to Pittsburgh, and it'll take you like 5 hours. You drive 5 hours in one state. It's crazy. Like I can drive south and go for 5 hours and get to like South Carolina or something. But then I'm in one state driving across that state. Pennsylvania is very long, right? I put all my money out. Wait, pull all my money out because I thought China and Japan was going to war now. Now it's going up. I mean, that's how I never like to react to different things that are happening in the world. I like to just, go with the flow and make sure that I'm in a play or in my investment and believe in it for what prices I see it at, as well as um, the potential long-term growth. Like if I'm in a stock, I don't expect businesses to always have that long-standing growth. So a natural life cycle for a business, I think is like what 6 years or something. So a lot of these bigger businesses, yes, they can last a lot longer, but even those can essentially go out of business, right? Like a Circuit City or like a Toys R Us. It's been around for such a long time. Who would think that we wouldn't need toys? But then you have a Target and you have a Walmart and you have all these other places that also sell toys. Now you don't need a toy store. They don't go to that toy store because that toy store is overpriced anyways. So you're just going to go to Walmart and get whatever you can get. um, so businesses don't last long. However, I would invest into an ETF which tracks, maybe the top 500 does track a large portion of a business, but then starts to dial out of it as they believe that it's not going to have that a major amount of success like it had years prior. So they will do the work for you as you invest into that ETF and it has consistent growth year over year, decade over decade. um, I don't know where that happened. I drove from Kansas to Savannah, Georgia last month. It took 15 and a half hours. I'm with you on Jasmine. Got it sleeping in storage. What's your thoughts on Cosmos? Still high on the project. I love the staking. So yeah, I have my Cosmos staking on Coinbase, and I also have it staking on in my Ledger wallet. Now, in on Coinbase, I think I'm gaining more than on my Ledger wallet, but Coinbase is more short term. The Ledger wallet will be forever. I don't plan on touching it. So I'm gaining a lot here. I think I'm up to like 1,300 or something. And as I'm gaining more and more, I will I will sell as it's growing because I made money on Cosmos twice, both at $43, and right now it's sitting at about a $3 mark. So you have so much more potential for where this can go and where this can get to, and how it's being used, effectively used right now, shows what the value actually is. So yeah, I'm huge on Cosmos. I would actually have more if I could. Buying at 88% of a penny, and hopefully I can make it back some money. I think you will. Do you buy XRP every day, or you think that is enough for my future luxury life? How much do you have? I forget. You say my future luxury life. And so I don't buy XRP every day. I have uh, a large amount, right? I have um, hundreds of thousands. So I've been able to buy for a long period of time, as well as buy a large lump sum at a higher price to get me at my cost basis of $1.22. I expect it to be worth a lot more in the end. Um, multiple dollars, obviously, tens of dollars. So for me, I'm not buying every day. I hold what I hold, and I don't plan on touching unless I can find a way to stake the amount that I have on my Ledger wallet. Would love to be able to do that, um, so that I can gain more as it's just sitting there. But that's not a thing right now. um, but the other like 200,000 or whatever I have, um, that's all for short term profit taking. So I don't know how much you have. Cosmos, I got staking on my tangent. Yeah, I mean, you should always have it staking, especially with the percentages that it has now. It's gonna be game changing in the end because while it has decreased in price, you're still able to have a certain amount of Cosmos that you are gaining coin wise, not dollar wise. And then when that dollar does happen, when that growth does happen, you're able to gain a lot more because you were able to build Cosmos as it was staking. I think it's like 17% or something. It's wild that it takes 30 hours to drive across my country, Norway, but it's only 5 million population. I mean, yeah, that's that's a uh, that seems like it takes a very very long time. Is it cold there? I feel like it's primarily cold. I'm not good with geography. I'm not. I'll be honest. Yes, Norway is cold, especially in the winter, with snow and freezing temperatures. But its climate varies. What's the warmest that it gets in Norway? What's the warmest temperature? The south reaching highs of 20 to 25 degrees Celsius or 68 to 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Sometimes even 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. While central areas are mild, 59 to 72 degrees, and the north stays cooler at 46 to 59 degrees. But enjoy midnight sun. long days. Enjoy extended daylight hours, particularly as you go further north. How many hours? How many hours of sunlight do you get? That'd be insane. Insane amounts. Mm, $350 worth of XRP. I have. I think it's enough to be rich, right? $350 worth of XRP at the current moment of $2 and some odd cents. I can't say that it's like good enough to be rich. What did someone say? $350 might might buy a can of Dr. Pepper. If you're lucky in 2 years, $350 will buy more than a can of Dr. Pepper. That's funny though. I like Dr. Pepper. He's actually a doctor. Did you know that? That's a fact. That's a fact. But the fishing is good. Humidity in Kansas, it's a I don't know what you're trying to say. Might be trying to say shit show or something. I don't know. Um, to the moon, Matt. Thanks for keeping the belief alive. No problem. Just joking. At least you got money in. Just a few hours of sunlight per day, and it's around 20 degrees Celsius or negative 20 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is. I go by Fahrenheit, so I don't. You should do more lives. Love your videos. You're one of the real ones in this nasty space of crypto. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to do a lot more lives. Probably not this long. This long is I'm going for 5 hours today. Going to be 76 degrees here in Dallas, Fort Worth area today. Not complaining. I mean, I'm complaining because you're telling me about it. It's like 40 or 30 here or something. It is 33 right now. 33 degrees. Not in here. In here, it's a nice 69 to 71 degrees. And down here, it's a little colder. So with all this, with all this technology and heat that's kind of constantly running, you don't really need to have the vent do anything. Um, it's like radiation. No, I'm just playing. We actually have the vent that's running right now. That would be crazy if we did just radiation exposure. Um, Jasmine's moving. I wanted to see it get to 1 cent before I got off alive. We got 4 minutes. Come on, man. Make a move. I know it's going to get to 1 cent, but I might not be on live at that time. Do I own any noise? Like noise? Like that's noise? No, I don't own any of it. I don't know what it is, but no. Um, so I have a Kraken portfolio to where I invested in a lot of like low tier cryptocurrencies for altcoin season to see it break out. And initially it was moving, but then when the entire market kind of collapsed very, very quickly, um, those positions or a decent amount of those positions also went inherently negative. I'm talking about like 98% of a drop. But I'm still up in that portfolio. Well, to an extent. My Ren is down quite a bit. My Terra Luna Classic is also down quite a bit. Um, oh, that's not on there actually. That's not on Kraken anymore. My Terra Luna Classic is in my MetaMask wallet. This time last year, Harper played her first game of basketball. Her first game of basketball. It was so great as a second grader. She was so small. Except she was holding her own, right? She knew how to dribble. Um, she knew how to pass the ball. She was primarily passing the ball kind of like over people. So instead of finding lanes, she would like pass the ball over them. Uh, this year, I'm trying to get her to find passing lanes, but she knows how to dribble so well. She never uses any of her dribbles during practice, primarily right-handed. And I'm like, Harper, you know how to use your left hand. Like, if you know how to use your left hand, use it. If you know how to go behind your back, use it. You know how to do a crossover, use it. Like, she's really, really good at dribbling, but she doesn't have the confidence to do it on the court because she's not thinking about that. So, I don't know. She'll figure it out. But we have about 30 seconds left. So I'm going to use this 30 seconds to kind of pitch uh, BTCC. If you guys want to check it out, guys, this is a leverage trading platform that you can use to trade all the way up to a 500x leverage. I don't recommend it. You see, I don't have any 500x leverages. I have a 10x, 5x, 3x, 2x. If you guys want to use this link, you will get a 10% deposit bonus, extra bonuses up to $10,055, and up to 40% lower trading fees. So go ahead and check that out. Hopefully we see Jasmcoin hit a level of 1 cent. I do believe we are going to see it. As soon as I get off live, watch, it's just going to skyrocket and hit 1 cent. Or maybe it might go the opposite way, and then people are begging me to get back on live. I don't know. That could be the case. But yeah, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Thank you guys for joining me for this last 5 hours. It's definitely been the longest stream that we've done in a very long time, and enjoyed the conversations, enjoyed the chats, the second opinions, the all of that stuff. But I will create a video if Jasmcoin, either way, if Jasmcoin hits 1 cent or when Jasmcoin hits 1 cent, I will have a video that's posted, and we'll talk about it and all that stuff. But I'm going to get out of here. Thank you so much again for watching. I appreciate all of you, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya.